Yes, yes, yes. It looks like you're live. So you're live this side today. Today I don't know if I'll find anyone. So let me try to confirm if I'm audible first. Anyone. Today I think today I think we're supposed to talk about something else, and we're supposed to talk about something else. So we're supposed to talk about energy. I doubt if I'll find someone today. So first time I audible. Audible. Yeah, I think I am. Okay. And also last time you were here, the invite link was not going through. So I wasn't aware. I thought somebody came and said that I had blocked them, but I did not know that the invite link wasn't going through. Yeah, so today we was waiting for Scamchan. I don't know if Scamchan will come around by the year. So he was on the other channel commenting on some other things. So yeah, I doubt if he'll be able to show up tonight. Tonight, world's first robot kickbox tournament held in China. I doubt if he'll be able to show up tonight, but yeah, let me stick around for a minute or two. So I can see if I'll be able to find someone. But yeah, we're supposed to talk about if it's possible to create more energy within a system. Is it possible or not? Is it possible or not? Now, according to ID, I think you'll say no, it's not possible. I think tonight I should go away and edit a video, then come back later. Yeah, but let's hang around for a minute and see who will be able to show up later on, maybe. But usually, I think usually Fridays are better. Fridays you get more people, and I see that maybe you have like one or two people. Let me see. It shows me two here. It shows me one. So you can feel free to hit the like button, of course, as you wait maybe for a few more people to come in. Cecile was here, but Cecile, I think he went away. Cecile, oh my god, I think he went away. And then on this channel, I don't think that many people this week have not been active here, so I doubt if many people had seen this invitation. But I think if we fail today, then we do on Friday a better one. Friday, energetic one. Friday, better and energetic. Okay. So I have confirmed that I'm audible now. Let me just wait for a few people to come in. For those who can be able to come in now, I see that one person already has gone away. So gone away. Yeah, but let's wait to see who will be able to show up maybe later. Later. But you can see that everything is working okay. Last time we had Scamchan, he said that he can be able to come on. But Scamchan want, I think it was Scamchan and ID. I think it was ID saying that he wants this to be maybe 1 hour from now, which I think it will be very late on my side. On my side. So initially we had Cecile, but already he gone away. We had Cecile, he gone away, and right now, but the essence of today is to talk about if it's possible, can you create more energy in a system? If it's possible or not. I know that if we ask ChatGPT, or usually ChatGPT, the other one is called Gemini. Gemini. It's my keyboard. Gemini, Gemini, Gemini. GBD, GBD, GBD. Gemini, Gemini. If you ask Gemini whether it's possible or not to create more energy from a system, what will Gemini say? What will Gemini say? Let's see. You chat. It's defined by what are the most promising alternative fusion concepts? How can it safely and efficiently manage nuclear waste? Yo, Piero, I see you. Nothing good, nothing good. Actually, nothing good. I was try to see some questions. I did say that you come today, but I think you come very late. Maybe 2 hours from now, 3. Is it 2 hours or from now, 3? But let me wait for you and see. You said 1 hour from now. Yo, network method, how are you doing? Have you arrived at home or not yet? Or you said you work till 5, 5, 5, 5. You're practicing your African accent. Do you want to come on, Pierre Dusa? We hear your African accent. You said that you want to go to Ghana. Was it Ghana? Ghana. It's 4. Oh, I think I did said 6, but maybe I think on Friday is when I can be able to try and be up to 6. 6. So it's 4. It's 4. It's still early. It's like 2 hours. It's like 2 hours. 2 hours ahead. Or in case you want to come on, you say that you're practicing your Ghanaian. Is it African accent? But I hope you're not practicing the one which you usually see in movies, because that one's not the one which they talk in Ghana. The Ghana one sounds more like is it the more like the Nigerian one? But I think yesterday slept at night because I found some of his comments on another video. Do I speak Swahili? Yes, I do. I do. I do. Do you speak Swahili? Do I build any circuits? No, no, no. No, I don't. I wanted to try out the one which I wanted to try out the one which Lloyd was showing, but do you think it works or not? I see you had network metaton. I saw you had some issues with what Lloyd was showing. I think you said that you want to see proof, or said you want him to demonstrate live. Last time we had Gerald who was willing to demonstrate live, and Pierre Odu says I speak Swahili, man. He speaks Swahili. We do speak Swahili this side, so usually in Kenya, Tanzania, Uganda, little, then Rwanda, then there is in Congo, Eastern DRC, then in Malawi, the northern part. Where else? Where else? I think I've heard that they also speak the coastal side of Mozambique. Yeah. Even Burundi, they speak the same. Burundi, yeah. Some more other countries. Not yet Metatron. My background is in construction. But I want to try out the one which Lloyd is showcasing. I'd gotten some MOSFETs, so they are coming. I don't know if it will work or not. Then I'll need to buy a solar. But I think I can just buy a tiny one, like this size, to experiment with it. Then what else? Oh, so you're learning Twi. Is it called Twi or Twi? They say Akwaba for things. Is it Akwaba or what? I had a Ghanaian friend who was teaching me some time back. Yeah, but because you're planning to go to Ghana, it makes sense to learn, to learn Twi. Is it Twi or Twi? Makes sense to learn Twi. If you plan to visit the East Africa side, then it will make sense to learn Swahili. Swahili is pretty easy. You're saying it's called tree. You pronounce it as tree, not tree. Uh, Let me try to check how to pronounce. I thought, but how to pronounce? How to pronounce? Do, 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 do. But yeah, you can learn. You can also learn Swahili. Swahili is pretty easy. Easy, easy. Although I saw like I did had a problem with pronouncing. Let me see. How do you pronounce the word? I'm not sure if it's audio. Mhm. Let me try to share that screen. She says that most people, when they see the word, they say twee, but it's not twee. It means you've been learning, man. Urge to see. Hope she won't come to clip me later on. But if I had it that way, I think I'll be okay. Let me see. Play, 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 play.
It is not tree. No, the sound is more like a tree,
Oh,
tree,
tree.
tree, tree, tree.
Ah,
Okay. So, for instance, tree as in chewing gum, chew, chew, chew. Sorry, I need to like articulate. So, tree, tree,
tr-
tree. So it
tree.
is
Oh, man.
tree, tree, tree. Okay. You, we are learning tree. Okay.
So tree.
Tree, 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 tree.
I see. It sounds difficult. So difficult. Scamchan, I saw you, like the comment I made on the other side. I saw you having an argument with some other guy in one of the shot about the robot, where I was telling you that even the mobile phones, they can't be able to fetch water for you, but you keep on using them. So I think it meant that with time, you will find use for robots. But Scamchan is like, no, no, no. Robots can't work. Scamchan, do you want to come on tonight? I don't know tonight if the link works or not. Last time it wasn't working. Let me try to confirm with my phone. I don't know if it works or not. Last time I realized later on that it wasn't working. So Marlon thought that I had blocked him. When I don't block people, this browser's blocked your camera. This browser's blocked your mic and camera. Follow these steps. You need to give Emacs access to your camera and microphone. Google. It looks like it's not working again. You think that we can't find use for them if they're not useful. You mean the robot? This browser. So it looks like I have an issue that I need to conduct. I need the customer support. This is also today saying that it doesn't. It means no one can be able to join. So you're saying that we can't find use for them if they are not useful. You mean the robots? The robots, although they're beginning to get usefulness. Like if Tesla, for instance, they might begin they might begin to make cars with them. I mean the assembly line. Then when it comes to companies like now like Unity, is selling it for entertainment, and a lot of people have been buying them for entertainment purposes. They are not fully autonomous yet, but people just buy them for fun and to show off. I was told that in China there's some sort of business where you can be able to go and hire a robot to go with it to an event. So in when it comes to events, some people want to take like selfies or images with robots or record some videos with robots because it seems to be fun. So some people buy robots and now start hiring them for such purposes. And I was told that I saw it on an article actually. It's a good business which is doing well in China, so they sell them for entertainment. Of course, they can't do a lot like help you to do carry water or anything. But yeah, you think that I get an AC transformer 12 volts to 12 volts, then pass a 12-volt battery to get high. You are to get high voltage. Get an AC to AC transformer 12 volt to 120 volts to 12 volt. Then I pulse it at 12, then pulse a 12-volt battery in low voltage side of the transformer to get high voltage. So it means, according to this, it means like what Lloyd is talking about is possible. But how about current? Because usually when you talk about in terms of usage, if you want to use something, you have to talk about both voltage and current. Does it also increase the current of the system? Mm, you think that the robot currently just toys? Yeah, I believe so as well. But I believe so as well. But I think they're getting usefulness. With AI stuff, you should show him entering the stuff to AI, the response of an attitude that sounds more like reading than replying. Oh, I think it's a way. I think it's a way that he uses. I think that is his way that he uses to maybe defend himself. Invite link not working. I think it's a way that he uses to maybe explain himself. But yeah, but I think in a way it reminds me of the first time when people are realizing about Google, where you could argue with a person, but they tell you that the only thing you can be able to believe is if I Google it for you. So I think it's the same case with Lloyd. Invite link not working. I think he believes a lot that AI reply is most trustful. Make sure the link you're using for invite is valid and has been copied correctly. Double check that the link is being pasted in the correct location. Still not working. Still not working. Why is the invite link not regenerate guest URL? Yeah, regenerate please. Yeah, like I was saying, Pierre Producer, I think it's the same case where if maybe you trust the AI answer more than anything else. So, but usually AI can be able to lie. So I don't know what's the wrong with the link. So I'm trying to see if it works. Last time again, it's not working. The browser has blocked your mic and camera. To enable the camera and microphone, click the microphone icon in your address bar. Then check the always allow option and click done. Still not working. Uh, to use cam on your, you will need to give Emacs access to your camera and microphone. Select always allow. Click the video microphone icon on the address bar. It's the address bar. Why is the link not working? Click on the video microphone icon on the address bar. I don't know. There's nothing magical about transformer. You rectify the AC output to DC and feed solar charge control. So you believe network Metatron, if I'm not wrong, you believe it works. But now why do you, because I always see you question him a lot whenever he's talking on the live, you always say that share the link. I always say that you always say that you should share or showcase how it's working. So like why when you believe that the system is able to work. To enable the camera microphone, click the microphone icon in your address bar. Why is the link not working? Lloyd wants AI to continue to confirm his guesses at technology. I think it's a way, but if AI is very good, I think you can be able to use it to confirm your work if your work is okay. Or what do you think about it, Scamchan? Like you can use it more when you don't have anybody who can be able to come and confirm your work, say review, like you want to review your work very quickly. If you want to use your microphone, allow. So I don't know, like, can anyone else try to join? Like, you don't have to join. Just try to see if the link works because I'm trying on. There's another device I have. I tried and it failed. Then I tried on another one. I don't know which browser that was. Then it looked like it worked. So I don't know what's the difference between the two. Mm. So you're saying that I watched? Is it the video? There's a video that you posted last time I watched it. Is it the same? You should watch an old man building. Was it the same? I don't remember, but maybe I should check it out. When you get the chance, I have a link. Just make me. Okay. Okay. Oh, you saying I make you a moderator? You share the link. Okay. It's done. It's done. You can see then. Maybe feel free to share. Different. Yeah. Like. Yeah. I understand your point, but like, isn't AI a little bit more than a calculator as of now? If you're using AI tool for doing like AI tool has improved. AI tools have also improved. The only issue with them is that you can be able to manipulate them to always give you a yes, a yes, a yes. Which usually on his side I always see he gets a yes, never gets a no. So yeah. But like that guy you were arguing with in that shorts video, he was telling you also that if you have checked out VO3, then you'll see how AI has advanced like crazy in a short time. I think let me see if I can even find some VO3 videos. I hope it won't get me in trouble. Trouble. So Piero Dusa, I'm interested to know like how far are you with your three? You said it's three classes. If you want to learn Swahili, man, come here. I'll teach you. I'll teach you. Come, I'll teach you on. I'll teach you on this platform. Although I can teach you private, not like online. But I used there's a guy we were doing with an interview. He was doing an interview for one of his projects, and we were able to do with him on this tool that I'm using to go live on. It was easier. But yeah, it was easier. Anyways, I know Swahili is easy, but for me it feels easy because I speak it every day. But I saw like there's a time we're talking with ID. I don't know it was about what. I know he also had a problem with pronouncing some words. What was I looking for? What was I looking for? VO3. I hope I won't get in trouble. But I've seen some crazy VO3 videos on I think it was on Instagram. Like people are creating some crazy things that you look at it and you feel like, man, is this? AI or is this real? Don't know if this guy is showing them. It makes me feel like in a few, maybe in a while, I think the CGI, I think the CGI, CG or CGI industry or
So, if you ever
could be in trouble. So I don't know if this is visible or not. Yeah, it is. Yeah, an AI will say crystal radios can power a home, but it doesn't make sense to do. I saw they say that it's way too costly. So this is the video. Okay, okay. I'm going to play it in a minute. Let me show Scamchan first.
wanted to start your own AI agency but had no idea where to start, this program is.
Do you think we live in a simulation?
Maybe. Uh,
Does it matter?
In the future, computers will create your television programs.
Zeros and ones.
A
Scamchan, you see all this is VO3. Man, VO3 is like so advanced. So advanced, so advanced. Let me try to play this video by. Let me try to play this video. Let me try to play this video. But I get your point. If you like, it's good to do it if you don't know. If you know the answer, then you can be able to use that one. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Like you're saying, it looks like AI is going to do away with actors. It's going to do away with actors. Going to do away with visual effects. Like this thing is crazy.
AI versus 100 animators. Who wins?
I do what I want.
Bro, is this even real laughter?
Some people claim
And the thing is, it's getting better. So by the time they release the next model, but let me play this video by Network Metatron. The guy is building. Where's the video? How our DC system works. So let me check it out. How DC system works. But yeah, AI is getting crazy, and I think in 2 years or so, or in 10 years' time, it's going to be insane how DC system works. Sure.
Want to talk to you today about how voltage, amperage, and frequency play a part in your DC system. There are things that you don't realize are going on between your MOSFETs and transistors in those three simple values. But there's one more. There's heat that comes into the equation anytime you deal with a MOSFET or transistor. So let's get a basis on how this works first. In any DC system, you have volts, you have amps, you have frequency, and you have heat. Now, a lot of the times we're only focused on these.
And thanks, David, for being around. David says that he's from Malawi. David, you can also be able to teach Pierre Odusa Chichewa. Is it called Chichewa? Olibwanji. Dilibuino. David, I was trying to learn Chichewa some time back. I was planning to visit Malawi one day. I think I'll visit Malawi one day. So I was learning Chichewa. They say Olibwanji. How are you? You say Ndilibuino. You say Pangono Pangono. I think Pangono Pangono is slowly slowly. Then Chichewa is like Swahili, so Bye bye, video gamers. You saying that I'm ahead of the AI curve when it comes to music. Until I create it, AI will never do it. I get your point on this, but again, AI is getting better and better. And if you try out sooner, you'll see that it's getting better. So maybe the only thing they need to work out now is how to make it sound more human. No, I haven't seen this one. You want me to play Network Metatron? Should I play the entire video? Let me check it out. I don't see how that's even practical. You'll be very welcome, Chris. Man, I'll try one day, man. I have to come one day. It's a beautiful country.
These two right here, the volts and the amps in the system. You say if I have this many volts and this many amps, then I have this system. But that's not exactly how DC systems work. It's all on a variable scale.
AI is changing the game for app development. Firebase is here to help. Easily.
Here's what happens. As your voltage goes high, your frequency goes high, but your amperage goes low, and your heat is lower. Not goes low, but it's lower. Now, if we change it the opposite direction, instead of high voltage, which this is, I want high amperage.
Yeah, Piero, you don't get those Firebase ads. I get a lot of AI ads because I use a lot of AI tools. Yeah, mostly the voice one. I think I use the voice one, and I also do. There's a time I was using a lot of the ones for video creation. I used to do shorts of them, but I stopped. That's why I get a lot of them actually. Also, usually I check them a lot. Whenever an ad comes, I usually go and check what it is. Then there was one which I saw recently, AI render. It's for visualization. Or like when you draw something, I don't know network Metatron if you draw things, but if you draw something, usually you need to visualize it and see in 3D how it looks like. So there's one which I saw recently, but it's still very far behind. Although it is for architectural visualization, still very far behind. It doesn't do anything amazing. That's why I get a lot of AI ads on my side. On my side. But let's continue playing this video.
Like this. That means that my voltage is low, my frequency is low, my amperage is high, and my heat has gone up.
And that's exactly like how usually it is. When you have low voltage, usually high. Low voltage, high current. When you have high current, low voltage. So I still come back to you, Network Metatron. Like how will you use the system? If you said it will increase voltage, but now what about the current? Because usually when they say that power in, power out, you have to calculate the power, and the way you calculate the power is you use voltage and current. So, and usually they are usually, I think, is it resistance or what? There's a way that voltage and current, they're usually indirectly proportional. When one goes high, the other one comes down, which is something which Lloyd was saying that now you can be able to inject current from a different system, which they were calling the amp injection. And I saw that it is possible. But yeah, maybe let me continue to watch this video and I'll learn more. Saying that I love Unreal Engine. Actually, I love Unreal Engine. I tried, I think it was four. Was it four or three? Somewhere back then. But now I was unable to run it on my laptop. It needs, but I'll try to, I'm actually trying to get a PC. So I saw it works better with graphics card that I think from 3080, you can be able to work okay, that can be able to do ray tracing. It works better with Unreal Engine. But again, right now, the way you look at it, if AI is coming and doing these things, maybe in the future not need Unreal Engine, but if softwares like Unreal Engine, they can be able to put in introducing some AI kind of stuff. I think they keep them at the top. Inject what exactly? It was called he was calling it amp injection, but injection of current. I think I that day I also looked with AI and I saw that it was possible. But now I don't know how if it's like it is possible to introduce or to inject in new current from a different system. But I don't know if it will be able to. But I mean, does it increase the power of the system or it remains the same? Where was it? I'd YouTube video calculating energy from current voltage. But I'd done it. There's a day I checked and they said it was possible. Like there are about 5 ways that you can be able to do it. Voltage from one source, amps from another, in this case from a battery. Yeah, that's exactly what he was saying. Like you get voltage from a different battery. And it's the same thing which Bravo 6 was also showing the other time, if you remember. You're saying that he was getting voltage from one battery where they are able to increase voltage from one battery, then they inject in current from a different system. You're saying that I suspect there is no injection needed if you have a current source. Like you feel like you won't need an injection. The thing is, like on their case, once you increase the voltage, obviously you're going to mess with the current. So you're going to get very low, like low current. There's a time I did he showed a calculation on one of the video in the comment section, and he said that he was getting somewhere like something like 0.04, which if you're getting a current of 0.04, that one is not going to help you do anything. Like it meant what you get out is way less than what you put in terms of power. Now when you do voltage times current, voltage times current in and voltage times current out, the voltage times current out was way lower than voltage times current in. So that is one of the issue. But yeah, let's continue the video and see. Maybe this guy has, because Network Metaton shared it and he's quite maybe knows what this guy is talking about.
This is a simple variable scale of how this works in your DC system. Let's go over why. The voltage itself comes out as cold. It's flowing continuously without impedance. That's what voltage is. So it'll come out cold in your system. There won't be a lot of heat built up whatsoever. Amperage comes out hot. It is compressing stuff in the wire itself in order to create heat in the system. It's the magnetic value. So every time your amperage goes up, your heat level goes up. That's the impedance in your system, is your amperage.
So what he's talking about, I think you don't need any tiny current source. If you have the current from the battery, you have the source of current. What the guy is talking about, I think it means in terms of like when the wire gets all that hot, that should be resistance. Where did Network Metaton go? That should be resistance, right? So, and usually resistance is inversely proportional to current. Is it inversely proportional to voltage or current? Man, let me remind myself these things. I did them a long time ago. Current versus voltage. I think current and voltage they are directly proportional. Voltage is a force that makes electrons flow. It is the difference in potential energy between two different points in a circuit. Current, the rate of the flow of electrons, it's a measure in amperes, which are also called amps. C rate is equals to, no. Resistance is equal to voltage over current. So yeah. So it means if you increase, let me see one comment first. Before I continue with the video, what does this guy call high voltage power transmission? What does this guy call high voltage power transmission? You're saying that they were getting the voltage from the solar panels, but low amps. So the idea is to boost the wattage output to whatever it's going to it to add amps. I see. So this way you'll be able to get more power out. Pierre Producer, like you'll be able to get more power out. But again, it comes now to a question like, or you only getting like how can you be able to get only current from the battery and not voltage from the battery? Or let me first continue the video.
This is why a duty cycle works the way it does. It backs everything up, then lets it go. Backs it up, lets it go. That's a duty cycle. It'll add heat to your system. Free flow is when you have voltage that's continuously going through your system with very little amperage whatsoever. It's a free flow. Therefore, it'll stay continuously at the same temperature that it goes in at. It will not change. Now, based on that understanding, we can understand frequency. The frequency is tied in to the voltage and amperage. As you have more volts, the frequency rises. As you have more amps, the frequency drops. It's just a simple way that it works in your system. And it can be proven every time that you run your system. Now, with that simple basis, and trust me, it's a lot, and I know.
Cecile, welcome. Cecile, I saw you came earlier, man. It looks like you and Scamchan have a score to settle. I saw you earlier. Cecile was the first person to comment some time back and he said, please, Scamchan, what surprises do you have for us today? Scamchan, what surprises do you have for Cecile? You need to calm down and let's see what the guy is saying. It's just too early to start criticizing. You mean who is saying? I mean the guy that I'm playing the video, old man builds, or you mean what Lloyd is saying? Saying that basically you can have high power and convert it for what you need to use it for. So I don't know. I hope we can be able to get maybe Fred some other time. Like when now he's able to use that same power to run like more than just LEDs. Because if you can just use it to run LEDs, like running LEDs, isn't it just the same as being able to run them from maybe your power bank? And Network Metatron is the one who brought this up. I'd like to know if he's using the same system when it comes to his home. Is he able to use it to run the house? Like has he done Network Metatron? I don't know if you're still around or maybe you're watching, but I'd like to know like yeah. You're saying that, but what if the resonance you can get two different energy sources? You can even use earth ground to give or boost energy. So still from this, it means you believe it's possible. You one long time Tech 9 one. I moved from the other side and I come to this side, but it has been long time without seeing you around. Long time, man. Feel free to join in Tech 9 tonight, man. I know you're supposed to go somewhere with you, but those guys, they always tell me that they're under maintenance. Maintenance. Feel free to join in Tech Night tonight. I don't know if it will work or not. Let me continue playing the video, but I hope you're doing good, man. Let me continue playing the video. Cecilia, are you still around?
But understanding that in your system, now we can understand when we get to a MOSFET or a transistor in your system. Now, what values does this have? On every one of the packets, there's a voltage, amperage, and a temperature, which equals the heat. So the temperature rating is your heat. You have voltage and amperage, which you must contend with. Now, Now that we understand the beginning sliding scale, why is temperature in there? Temperature will change your amperage in the system. If you know this ahead of time because you understand the scale that you're on, this isn't a problem. For those of you out here are wondering why it said 230 volts and 15 amps, but then my temperature rating has a degree to it, this is why. This right here will cut these values down completely. This is the max it can run on any one given way. You can have 15 amps in the system, but you're not going to have 230 volts. That's a fact. If your temperature is too high, it's going to cut down your amperage and your voltage. They both will change. These are max values given in a system. They are not the values you are going to get when you run your system. Now, as this number right here on this temperature in degrees goes up,
Tekna inasema, oh, I see, unafanya job gani? Which job do you do, man? You work at night what? 230 volts at billion, 230 volts at a billion of a sec. He's saying that when your temperature increases, it means it will be able to affect your voltage and current. Cecil's saying that Scamchan, do you understand and quantum entanglements, quantum mechanics? You can send a particle 100 light years away and they are always connected to one another, no matter the distance and time. That was Einstein, yeah? Albert Einstein. So yeah, let me play the video. But he's saying that when temperature increases on a system, you're going to get low voltage and also low current. I think when temperature increases, it means resistance is increasing in your system. Tekna, which job do you do by the way? You can tell me in Swahili. We had Pierodusa. Pierodusa is saying that he's learning the Ghanaian language. They call it tree. And he also wants to learn Swahili. So I was telling him that you can be able to teach him Swahili.
my amperage goes up right here. The most common failure in any system is when your amperage spikes. The amperage spikes, therefore your heat spikes, and then everything explodes. And you end up with a system that is completely shattered. I've had my little transistor here where sparks kept coming out like this.
This video is shared by Network Metatron, but I think he went away. Twitter volts Kamchan. I think the guy went away. Do you understand how many people are applying that to consumer devices? You mean this is to Cecil? I'm talking about Kamchan. He's criticizing people too early. He's already criticizing Altman Bill. Oh, Scamchan, wait, let's listen more. You think that you do remote PCB card design? Card like computer aided design for a company in SA. Man, it looks like you're eating well. So you work or you do remotely, so you live in Nairobi, then you work for them in South Africa. I see. I say it's South Africa, right? Let me continue playing this video, then we see more. They're saying that Scamchan is judging
Because the amperage blew it up. And it sometimes happens to people when they don't understand why they're getting a spike. Sometimes they'll take high voltage and they'll go, well, I'm going to take my wire here and I'm just going to 90 it. and pinch it into here and come back down. Well, what happens? Right there is heat, right in your system. What's another way that they make heat in the system that you're not realizing? Say I got a little post right here, and I'm gonna take my wire and I'm gonna wrap it around the post and then go on. Well, that's called a choke, and in your choke, you have heat and your amperage goes up. Just like that. As soon as you did it, that's what happened. You may not realize it, you may just be tying it off. You might just say, I got too much wire, I need to get it out of the way, so I need to wrap it up. Well, as soon as you wrapped it up, you created a choke. You increase the amperage and
Technical. And also, do you work for any company locally, or you do them for the South African companies only? South Africa, South Africa has had issues with the US. So Cecile is saying that if you're not surrounded by energy, there will be no life on Earth. The sun will not exist. The amount of energy we are surrounded by is so enormous. Only how to tap it into is needed. Yeah, I think, by the way, Cecile, I have a question. Do you know things to do with special relativity and quantum mechanics? There's a guy who shared a paper with me in regards to special relativity and quantum mechanics, and I won't say the truth, I don't know a lot about it. So I was just reading, and I say, man, let me send it to ID. I sent it to ID, never came back on it. He said that he forgot. Then I also sent it to Lloyd. I don't know. I tried to remind him. I don't know if he remembers. Then I did send the same to Dr. Eli, but he told me that he doesn't know any things to do with with quantum mechanics. Yeah, so Cecile, do you know? But I think the easiest way is just to put it in AI and to tell AI to interpret it for you, to make it simpler for you. That is the easiest way. But I have a question. Do you know a lot about that? If you know, you can help me to interpret it. Because in his paper, you were saying that you can be able to run a car wirelessly from space, like, yeah. And I told him to come on, but he never replied my email. I don't know if he saw my email or not, but I also delayed to come back to him, so I think he got bored. But I tried to reach out to him again. He's saying that you're telling Scamchan that quantum entanglement, if you have two particles entangled, send them 200 light years away in opposite direction, the particles are always connected. Scamchat, this doesn't mean that he has connected anything. Usually, this is something which was talked about by, I know it was Albert Einstein who put this forward, and it's something which it exists in quantum mechanics. It doesn't mean that he has connected anything, unless if you and him are having some sort of arguments, like one car, like he meant the guy meant in the paper. He said that like energy exists around us, and as such in space you have a lot of energy. So if you can be able to transmit that energy to Earth, last time when we were talking about this with ID said that it is impossible because like it is possible to transmit it, but it will kill people or it will kill anyone who is along the way. So we are saying that maybe you can have each car running its own system. But it sounds crazy, anyways. You can have each car running its own like energy. Is it collecting or what system? A system that can be able to get that energy, and now you run a car with it like from space. You say that like running a car wirelessly, that is running a car wirelessly, but from space. Yeah. I think Scamchan, you can read that paper if you want. Although it had a lot to do with special relativity, so yeah, a little bit outside of what I know. I know very little. So I gave to ID and also to Lloyd. Also, I say that I give it to him, but none of them came back. Yeah, and I also told the guy to come back so that if he can be able to come on a live stream and maybe share more in regards to the same, But he said never replied me also. But now idea was saying that it is like you can be able to transmit because you have seen. I was saying I think the Japanese or the Chinese. There's a time where they were able to send 2 giga. It was megahertz or it was gigahertz of solar energy, like where you put solars in space because you always have the sun out there. So they put the solar panels in space and they are able to transmit energy wirelessly from space to Earth. Now we now if you use the same concept, and the thing is if you use the same concept, then you have each car has its own receiver. So this energy comes to, like, it is received by each car and then now it can be used to run it. But it sounds complicated, but maybe in the future it could be possible. Yeah. You're saying that it would be crazy to trap a particle and manipulate that particle to generate energy from that particle. It sounds crazy. I think you should read that paper one. If you're interested, I can be able to send to you. Do you want to read it right now, or I can send it to you tomorrow? Tomorrow. Though it has a lot to do with special relativity, so but anyways, the way the guy breaks it down, he begins with the simple things to break it down in a simpler way that anyone can be able to understand. Then now as he moves forward is when he makes it a little, by the time you get to, I think it's more like chapter 3 or paper 3, it's when now he makes it to be a little bit more complicated, where I think for you to be able to check if it works or not, you need to have some knowledge in special relativity, or let's say just quantum mechanics. Yeah? But you can just read it for fun to see if it works. And I saw here there's a lot of people who had commented on his paper. It is on academia, but he shared with me in the inbox. A lot of people from the same field that say that it actually works. Like it's possible. What the guy is proposing, it's possible, but it's something which cannot be done now, not today, not tomorrow, maybe not this century. You can manipulate the separate particle on one end, then use the other as the power source on the other end. Yeah, but then you could do that. For me, I was thinking like idea was saying that the main issue would be with transporting it from space to here. Like anything in between, if you're sitting in that car, say that it can be able to vaporize you or like to unalive you. So like what if, although I don't think that is possible, but if it's possible, like you can be able to transmit it in a form which won't be able to harm you. You're saying that it's a farm that links us to global client. Oh, I see. The South African one. Also, oh, like they're the ones who give you the job, then now you do for multiple companies. For multiple companies, that is. Like for you, you don't know maybe who your end client is. For you, you work for the South African company. They give you a job, more like a gig, and you do it. Then once you're done, then can you be able to do it for Lloyd? Because Lloyd said that he was Tech 9 man. Can you be able to do it for Lloyd? Because Lloyd said that he wants to come up with one for his system. Then now it can be sent it to, I think, some Chinese guys. They can be able to put it up. The device which he has been talking about. Tell me, Tech 9, can you be able to do it for him? I know I have your WhatsApp number, so I can link you up with him and see if you can be able to design it for him. Uh, that would be great parcels. Actually, it will be like a great parcels. I don't know if Cecile is still around, but yeah, it will be a great parcels. If you really need to read it, let me know. Then I'll share it with you. I also shared the other one I shared with Fortis Supersonic. I don't know if he saw the paper or not. Usually people say share, then once you share with them, they also go silent. Some of these papers that people sometimes share in the inbox, they can be a little bit complicated or for some people who are there for some people who are like supposed to be experts in the field, but now they share it with us, people who are not as experts as such. But I think nowadays you can be able to use AI to interpret a paper. Although now, yeah, it can be able to simplify it for you and explain. It does away with the maths and explains it to you in like what the person is talking about. But let's continue listening to this. He was talking about the MOSFETs now and how when you increase the current, it's going to increase the heat and also it will affect the voltage. And Network Metatron shared this, but I think you went away. So
Increase the heat. Now you're in a system that you've changed and you don't realize that you've changed it based on just how you're running your wire. A lot of this stuff doesn't come into play when you get into small voltages. Small voltages, they tend to flow very well. In high voltages, you start to get into a problem. This is when every little thing changes.
but what he's talking about, I think the issue which Tesla, the issue which was between Tesla and, was it Tesla and two? Like when we had DC and AC, when Tesla wanted to use AC and DC, they had an issue with DC because with DC it becomes difficult to transmit high voltages like on wires for a longer distance. You end up losing a lot because of the heat which he's talking about. So I think it's the same thing. There's a time I saw Cecile saying that you have an issue with this guy. His name is the old man Bill. Like what issue did you had with him, Scamchan? You're saying that if it is possible if you can keep the MOSFET school. Or let me continue the video. Let me continue the video. So
If you want to build something like a ZVS, this has to be intended. It cannot be something that is just thrown in there willy-nilly. You have to intend to put a choke in there and a reason why. You want in some way your amperage to go up.
no.
Hello, I'm Richard Fairbairn, and I want to welcome you to Mastering Affiliate Marketing.
Now,
There's any one of you who does affiliate marketing. I know it's an odd question. I'm sharing this link. Anyone can try to see if it works or not. Just let me know if it works or not.
I know it's a lot to take in, man, and you got a lot of different things to account for in your variable. There's two types you go into here. There's NPN and there's PNP. What's the difference? NPN is a force positive. You're pushing the positive throughout your whole system and then coming back over here to your negative. So we have a flow pattern, just like that. That's pretty simple. An NPN works the opposite. We have a flow pattern that goes this way, but it has to be triggered. You have to pull it through the system. You cannot force it through the system. This, you can force all day through the system. As soon as it starts, it wants to run. As soon as this goes, it doesn't want to do anything until it's pulled through the system. So every time you have this, in that system, you have a resistor. This is your PNP. Now you're pulling the negative through your system to the resistor.
Technine, I see your question. You're saying that, I see your reply. You're saying that, or you talk to the client directly, like, oh, I see. So this the South African based company, they link you with the customer directly. Then the customer pays you directly, or they pay to the company. Then the company is the one which handles like the the money. And you're saying that yes, you can be able to do it for Lloyd. Last time when we had him on the live, it was on Friday. I think he said that he needs. I don't know if he said so, but that time I was sleepy. I was sleeping some other times, but I think he showed interest in something like that where he needs somebody who can be able to design such a system for him. So I'll try to talk to him on WhatsApp, I think later, and see if you can be able to agree on him. The only problem is if I get Lloyd on here right now, you see ID come. ID is away. ID is always away when Lloyd is away. But if I get Lloyd on right now, you'll see ID also coming. Yeah, so that's the issue. You think that it is the scam of scams? You mean what the guy is explaining? Uh, Cecil said that you wait until you see what the guy is talking about. So let me continue playing the system. But so far, up to now, I don't see any scam in what he's saying. Or you feel like he lied on something.
That's fairly easy to understand. Let's get into the more complex version of all of this. What does your resistor do? Your resistor causes resistance in the system. So your temperature, remember your degrees, goes up. Your voltage now drops. You now have an amperage that goes up. This resistor is in line that goes right in to here. As it goes into there, it creates the resistance, it drops your voltage, up your amperage. What does that do? It saturates the plates that are in here. Now we have a saturation level.
If you've never broken a single bone, you might be one of us.
Yeah, the problem with watching YouTube, you get a lot of a lot of ads. Oh, you meant the ad. Oh, you meant the ad. I see. I don't believe in the main problem. What I believe is the energy from the vacuum is so powerful that the equipment blow up. It's like facing a lighting with small, like this energy you're talking about from the vacuum. Have you like seen it? Have you like experimented with it? Like, or it's something that you just hear from people? Cecile, is it something that you've experimented or you hear from people? You mean the first ad, yeah? I see YouTube. Yeah, I think YouTube Premium helps a lot. YouTube Premium, but now YouTube Premium nowadays, and also nowadays, YouTube wants people to go premium. Like anytime I start my YouTube app, I always see it gives that, like it wants you to go premium, free trial. Yesterday I saw like it said that you pay once and you use for 6 people. You're saying that it's not something that we just hear from people. A lot of people here know it. Like my interest now in you is like, have you had an experience of it? Like, have you seen it? Like, seen it, or is it something that you just hear? Like, have you seen this energy from the vacuum working? Because I've had a lot of people coming with this actually. Energy from the vacuum, energy from the ether. Is it ether? And energy from space. Like what there's when you go to the site of Seed Seed Technologies, when you go to their site, you find that they say that you can be able to get that. I don't know, is getting energy from ether or from space or what. So I've seen a lot of people claiming that now. Like, I'm just curious, like, do you have anyone who has tapped into this? Or like you, Cecile, can you be able to explain to me how I can be able to tap into this energy from the vacuum and make use of it? I want to make use of it. Usually, you see, sometimes, like last time when you were live, darkness came and because electricity went away. So I'd like to be able to know I can be able to use such a system. I can be able to tap in such energy so that I don't suffer such cases. Can you be able to can you be able to explain that to a person how they can be able to do it? Or are you willing to talk about this, man? This is the link. Feel free to jump in and yeah. But I'm continuing to play the video from that network Metatron shared because I also want to know more about this and what he's talking about. And ID Scamchan is saying that imagined energy isn't energy. So it feels like what you're talking about is more like imagine. And actually, energy from the vacuum sounds a lot like usually imagine. A lot of people have said it so far, and from what I read uh, online, I don't know, but you can say that maybe it is hidden. Somebody is trying to hide it and doesn't want us to have access to it. But yeah, I wish. No, let me just play this and continue and see.
Now it creates a voltage differential, so now it can pass to the system. But inevitably, it creates heat to do it. Now, if you can understand that it creates heat and it creates a voltage difference, now we can get into the more complex understanding of something. We have a PMP, which will give you a higher value. Why? Because the volts continuously flow through the whole system. There's not a lot of amperage in there. So it comes out cooler, so therefore your transistor will run better. You will get more voltage out of that. It's a better flow. They use it mostly in power circuits. And NPN creates a lot of heat. That's not fun for your system. It'll be a lot of losses. A lot of hysteresis goes on in heat. It's just a loss out of your system. You don't want that, ever. NPNs are bad for that reason. However, can you trick the NPN? Can you make the NPN believe it's a PNP? If you understood this, it's not a problem. If you cannot understand this in a resistor and what the resistor is doing, it's going to be a big problem. How do I cheat it? I am going to cheat it by...
So I think this guy knows a lot, and this is one of the guy who, when you have ID, I think ID should go against somebody like this. Yeah, 90%. Where are you getting that start from? Cecile is saying that 90% of the energy in the universe is not known. When you are talking about dark energy, negative energy, you cannot find it. So we are saying it is 90% of the energy undiscovered. So you're saying that what we use so far is only like 10%, 10% of the known energy. Are you using, like, is it true what you're saying, or you're making that assumption where people say that I don't know what percentage of the brain is it that you're using? ISSC said quantum physics. As I remember, vacuum energy was called zero point energy, lowest possible energy in quantum physics. So you're saying vacuum energy, it means 0 point energy. And is it possible? I think we had this last time we were talking with ID on whether you can be able to break the laws of physics, the laws of energy conservation. And we have this issue of whether you can be able to break the laws or the principle of energy conservation at 0 point energy. I don't know if anyone knows this, but I think, let me try to see it. Is it possible or not at 0 point energy? What are the absolute theoretical limits of energy extraction from a given system defined by? Let me see that equation. DDD. What is the most cohesive definition of energy conservation law in physics? Like, is it possible to break the laws of the principle of energy conservation? Does it break at 0 point energy? Uh, like, is it like the question was, can energy be truly conserved at absolute zero, or there are quantum mechanical implications? And I did say that for him, doesn't know a lot about quantum mechanics, so he won't be able to answer it. Or is it something that I can be able to throw at Chat GPT? Whether energy can be truly, like, can you be able to conserve it where you have what you put in is equal to what you put out or less at absolute zero? Or like, because of quantum mechanics. Let me try to see what AI will say. Paste. Let me see a new comment. Tap into a non-power. Most of this project needs a lot of funding. You are tapping into energy which has so much power, the energy which holds the universe together. So, I see. So, in short, you're saying that you're not doing it, but you believe it's possible. The only problem is it needs a lot of funding. Now, does it mean maybe gov- government institutions like NASA they are experimenting on the same? Because I saw them struggling without to be able to power drones when they put them on other planets, although they use the sun, solar. But if they can be able to tap into something like this, don't you think like they'll be able to send their robots into maybe for longer missions and all that? So you think that you can be able to tap energy from the vacuum, but there is no equipment on the market which can handle the high voltage and power. This means it is possible theoretically, yeah? Possible theoretically tap into a non-power LOL. Scamchan is doubting you. So where's the answer? Is the answer? Let me see what. So here's why zero point energy. So yes, energy is still conserved at absolute zero. So at zero energy, you can't be able to break the laws of energy conservation. I did ask Chat. This is Gemini. The question was, can energy be truly conserved at absolute zero, or are there quantum mechanical implications? And it said yes, energy is still, or I can click it to read. Yes, energy is still conserved at absolute zero, but quantum mechanical implications significantly alter our understanding of what zero energy actually means. So here's why zero point energy. So it's saying that even at absolute zero Kelvin, a system retains a minimum amount of energy known as zero point energy. This is a fundamental consequence of the this is Heisenberg uncertainty principle in quantum mechanics. If a particle were to have absolutely zero energy, it would mean its position and momentum are both perfectly known, which is forbidden by the uncertainty principle. Therefore, particles at absolute zero exhibit a residual irreducible motion associated with the kinetic energy. This energy cannot be removed from the system. So at zero point energy, the system will still have energy. It gives a longer answer. I see. Implications for reaching absolute zero. So this question I did ask it to Cecile saying that the same Manhattan Project in 1954 October. Since then, they have kept gravitics a secret and used it to oppress mankind, especially in developing countries. So you're saying that they have been able to do this, but now they're just using it to oppress some of us in the developing nations. So it means it is possible and they're able to do it. And by this you mean the US, like is it only the US which is able to do this, or also like China, like Russia, like the UK? Or is it only China? Or is it only the US?
Doing this. I simply put a neon light here. Why? Why would that trigger this to work backwards? Because now we have our negative and positive from the battery, right? Well, now I can pull my negative into my system, okay, and have it go back, and I can cheat it now. Because this right here is your temperature and your amperage and everything else in an NPN.
With this AI tool, you can create a complete storybook from just one keyword. Not just stunning visuals, but a full narrative, page by
And now I can cut it. It never goes into here. This temperature, my heat, never.
Superconductors, we need them oppressing the country that has nothing. Cecile saying that all developed countries are the same, even India and China, they play the same game as the developed world. If you're making trillions of US dollars, why release a technology where you will make million? But how do they make billions if they're hiding the same tech? Like who is it using it? I thought if you release it to the masses and the masses are able to use it now, you'll be able to make lots of money, like a lot of money. And Scamchan is asking you this question, Cecile. Let me continue playing the video.
Never hit here. I've crossed it over. I have a draw, so I'm pulling to my negative, but now it cuts over and allows the heat to go into here, and it comes out as light. It's still using energy, but my heat never goes into here. These stay cold. But I've tricked it by giving it a draw. When I say a draw, and I say pulling through the system, anything that's voltage needs some kind of an amperage or a heat to pull it through the system. So it's a draw. It draws it in. It's pulling it in. It wants it to come in there. I'm simply cheating it by understanding what the resistor did in the system, but I don't want the way that the PNP is set up. I want the way the NPN is set up. That's how you trick the system. You create this. This little light creates it because now I go in here and I come out here. This right here is simply my base, and it's able to take my frequency and put it into my system. But this right here is your loop. I now crossed it, took the heat out by putting the draw here. It still goes through my system, but it does it without the heat. I'm removing the heat aspect from it. I am trying to reduce the amount of heat that goes in the NPN. So I'm essentially taking an NPN and making it a PNP in my system without the resistor. My resistor is now replaced by my neon light. It's a lot to understand, but your system goes haywire if you do not understand the heat in your system. It's very much important to understand all of it.
You Tagnan, you think that I do live with Cecile. Cecile want I've shared the link a number of times, but Cecile's not coming on. I don't think that Cecile wants to be maybe identified or seen. But Cecile can be able to hide your face and no one will be able to see you. You can hide your face. Cecile, do you want to come on? Cecile saying that Scamchan, the world is 240%. That's you're still defending the same industry which is oppressing your children. Scamchan, do you have children? Children. So Cecile, I think yeah, what you're saying you're right. We should be able to get Cecile on one day. Cecile, when do you want to come on, man? Do you want to come on, Cecile? But I doubt if we'll be able to exit. Fossil fuel isn't forever. And also, I'm not sure if my link is working or not. Last time I shared and the link wasn't working. This is not the link. Scamchan, you're defending the nations which are oppressing your children, man. Is it true? Let me share this link again. It shows me that zero people watching. Is it true? I thought Scamchan and Cecile and Tech9 and who are around. But yeah, like I've tried sending this link and I don't think that Cecile is going to click on it. Cecile has never come on, so I doubt if he'll be able to do it today. He might not be okay with something like that. Usually, some people are not okay with coming on. Usually, some people are usually not okay, and I usually understand. So Cecile saying that I have good business all over Africa and I don't want to come on because I know that people will not leave me alone. My business might suffer. I might become the next Lloyd. Where do you have business, baby? Where do you come from, Cecile? Cecile Olmekor. You from you from let me you from South Sudan or what? Your name sounds is it Nilotic? But Cecile should I mean you can hide your face so you can hide your face man. You can hide your face, no one will love to see you. But both Maxwell and Lloyd they're just doing okay. So he saw Maxwell is looking for investors. Did you invest in him? I see it says that it is from Nigeria. So you're from Nigeria. Nigeria. Yeah. Actually, it's odd because it's showing me that only one person is watching, and I see you. I see Tech9. Like there are a number of people, then they just disappeared. Like it's showing me on YouTube itself. It says zero, and I'm not understanding why. On YouTube itself, it says zero. Then on the app that I'm using to stream, it shows me that right now it's saying that one person. But I see Tech9. I see Scanchan. I see you as also here the Rana Pierodusa, although I think he went away. But I think there's a glitch on their side. But Cecilia, I see your name sounds like you're from Nigeria. But you should just feel free to come on. You can only share the voice. You don't have to share your face. That is if you don't want to be seen. And it won't get you in any trouble. Right now Maxwell and Lloyd they're just doing okay. It's just that whenever Lloyd comes on, Maxwell, whenever, what is the name? Whenever Lloyd comes on, ID always comes around to mess him up. But yeah, ID doesn't know you, so he won't come for you. Or Cecil, I think that you scored in Zimbabwe most of your life. Right now, you live in Ghana. So, like, how is Zimbabwe being there in Zimbabwe? I went to school in Zimbabwe most of my life. I've seen that in Zimbabwe. Oh, I checked on the internet and it was saying that your name is Nigerian. That is all my core. The internet is always wrong, so I see. Cecile, I was saying that how was life in Zimbabwe, like growing up in Zimbabwe? This means it was during the Mugabe's time. And I was told there's some time where you used to add these memes on here in Kenya that in Zimbabwe people carry money like lots of money. There's a time where there was an issue with your currency, and it was said that your currency fell like crazy, and I don't know, like you had to even to leave it and start using the USD. But yes, Cecile, feel free. You can come in with your. I think Cecile, you're becoming dishonest now. In regards to what Tech9, but Tech9, there's one thing that I've noticed, especially when I started becoming more active on YouTube. I've noticed that actually there's like a lot of conspiracy theories all around us. Like there's a lot of them, and people believe in different things, and I don't think that you should stop them in believing what they do. So with what they like. Like people believe in different things, and provided somebody is enjoying life, you leave them to believe in what they do, and you believe in what you believe in. And Cecil saying that listen, when YouTube does not agree with what you're pasting, they start using demonetization practice. Your views are just wiped off like that. Yeah, but it could happen. On my other side, it happened, but I don't think that it is related to what we usually talk about. On the other side, it was this. I told you that this some time back. I said that some people came and posted some things, and the channel was deleted. So after that, it has never gone back to normal. It doesn't recommend to a lot of people. That is, before back then, it used to recommend to a lot of people, but I think it will just get better with time as I continue doing more. But sometimes you feel like you, sometimes you just feel tired. But I'm also trying to move away from these other things. That's why you see, I'm moving. I'm trying to now see if other things we can talk about here and not on the other side, because I saw that it is affecting my stuff. And also, you get there's a lot of people who disagree with some of things which are being said. They label you as like a scam channel. So they report you that you're scamming people or you're informing people with wrong information. So I said, let me try to change things a little bit. Saying that I'm not going to come on, I make the mistake once and I'm not going to make the mistake again. One of my father's students managed to increase the efficiency for solar panel. When did you make this mistake? When was this? When did you make this mistake? Cecile, when did you make this mistake? I'd like to know if good I spent about 35 years schooling in Zimbabwe. Life was good. And also, I've been told that also there is a lot of money in Zimbabwe regards, and like despite of these issues that we usually see with the currency, I've been told that there's a lot of money in Zimbabwe actually, and a lot of people do farming, and also tourism is doing very well. Okay, let me play the video to finish it. Scamchan, then we shall see what the guy was talking about. But he was talking more about MOSFET. So, but I don't know why YouTube is showing me that it's only one person on the stream when I can see a lot of people. My father was a lecturer at University of Zimbabwe physics department. Man, you come from a line of you come from a line of people who know physics. So you believe in what? Do you trust in what Maxwell is saying so far? Because he has been silent for a while. And did you invest in him, Sir Cecil? Did you invest in Maxwell? He was looking for investors some time back. He did put it on Instagram that he wants people to invest in what will be like the most amazing opportunity ever. Scamchen was saying that Zimbabwe currency is making a comeback. Cecil maybe can answer this better, but I know they tied their currency to gold, and that way it won't be able to like lose value quickly like how it was doing before. And last time I checked, I think they are forcing people to make sure that they use their local currency, because again a lot of people are still using the USD, and they want people to stop using that so that they can use their currency more. And Cecily said that you're in Ghana, so maybe you can give more advice to Pierre Odusa, because he said that he wants to relocate to Ghana. He feels Ghana in his blood. Every time he wakes up in the morning, he thinks and dreams and feels of Ghana. All he wants is Ghana. Let me play this.
If you don't, like I said, you run your system, we have a choke that's instant heat, that's instant amps in your system. So if you were making an electrical system and you need to convert some voltage into amperage in order to make your system work, you choke it. That's what you do. That right there, it creates a magnetic core inside here. It's a ferrite core. It's wire wrapped around it, and it'll create magnetism in a very low level, but it'll bring up your heat and up your amps because it's in there, which also tells you another thing, that the heat equals the magnetism in your system. Now, you can understand it a little better. The voltage you want free flowing. Again, the less impedance in that voltage, the faster it flows, and the better off you are in your system. Let's put this into an actual system. We have right here a coil. It's got 2 coils. So what we want to do is take our battery here. Sorry, I draw badly. You'll have to get over that. And I got a frequency generator right here. And I'm simply going to take this here. Now, I want this negative to go through my system first because, again, we want the voltage to be as fast as it possibly can. I want this to go into here. Now, I'm going to bring it out here, bring it over here, and I'm going to put the neon light here. Again, voltage going through the system in an NPN in a negative way. We are now running the negative this way, but I need a draw. There's my draw. It comes out here. I want to put this into a capacitor bank. Now, a capacitor bank changes symmetry. We'll get into that in a minute. But now I want to go over here and I'm going to put my frequency right here. And then I want to draw back this over here to here. Now I want to put a diode in here to go one direction. And we're also going to put it here. Now, what did I do? The only loss in my system is that right there. That's it. How do I amplify the system? Put it in a second transistor right here. Bring it into my second coil, bring it along. We're going to connect it in the same manner. We're going to go this way. We're going to put our diode in here. This jumps over, does not touch that, just like it doesn't in the other one. We have our cap bank here, and now we can run this back. Again, it jumps over here, and back to here. The frequency will as well go right over here. Sorry, I didn't put the jumps in there. I just sloppily drew it.
Captain, I don't think that is explaining how MOSFETs work. Easy explanation is how DC system works. You're asking about the Zimbabwe currency. Zimbabwe currency. I don't know how they call it right now. Maybe Cecile can be able to tell us. But Cecile, you can just come on and you share your voice. With your voice, no one will be able to realize that it is you, man. Zimbabwe currency. Zim currency. They say that they use the United States dollar. I thought they have their own. I think they have their own dollar. Zimbabwe dollar. Yeah. But they have their own dollar and it's called ZWL. And it looks like it's doing very well. Or not well. Let's see USD. Cecile, which currency do you guys use in Zimbabwe? One USD to, but one USD is 322 ZWL. That's Zimbabwean dollar. But I thought they had tied it to gold or a mineral found in their country to make it better, stronger. As Cecile saying that you guys are missing the point. The point should not be from where I am from. Does free energy exist or does overunit exist, which can be been suppressed for more than 100 years? I see. I see. So you mean it exists, but it is being suppressed. Let me get water first. Let me continue playing this. Like this topic of free energy suppression actually is a very big issue, and and there's a time I wanted to make a video about how every free energy vendor, they always have a nemesis, somebody who really like wants fight so hard to pull them down. And in regards to this, like if you begin from people from way back, even the likes of Stanley Mara, they had somebody who's trying to pull them down. Now, if you come to our time when you have somebody like Maxwell Chikumbuso, you have Easy to is trying to put him down. Zima, not Zima. He told me not to call him Zima. He told me to call him Simba Chikanza. You have like Simba Chikanza going after him. Now, the thing is, these people like Simba Chikanza, they're the only people who see it and they see how this guy may be slaying people and they don't want him to continue doing that. And in regards to now Lloyd Stovo, now it is ID. ID is like the nemesis number one, man. Like every free energy vendor has a nemesis, and for Lloyd it is ID. Like if you want to know that you are certified free energy vendor, you have to know that you have a nemesis. So for Lloyd is ID. Right now, if we just pull Lloyd on here, like within a second, you see ID coming for him like crazy. But I did say that he will come, so I think it's about his time. So, but Cecile, in regards to this, like you believe free energy is being suppressed. Do you believe Maxwell has a system that works and he is being suppressed, and people are after his life? You're saying that free vendors are very difficult to release their technology into the market because the suppression and the people doing the suppression have a way superior technology. But now, Cecile, I have a question for you. Like, if what you're saying is real, like it's because of separation, somebody like me today, I can be able to wake up and say that I have a technology, I have this type of tech that can charge your phone forever, can make you using your phone and to never need to recharge it. But I say that I'm afraid to release it because some people are after my life. And I tell you to invest in me and so that I can plan a way to be able to put it out there. But I'm not showing anything. I feel like some people they can just use this to play around with people's emotions and money, but they're never going to show anything. They're just saying that free energy suppression of this technology, but they don't have anything to show. Yeah. He's saying that when company mastered electrogravitics in October 1954, think about the technology which they have today. This is why a lot of free energy vendors are killed. Yeah, I think you make a point. You make a point. Question, Chris, where this most of these free energy vendors lack knowledge, certificate, or something to show they have knowledge in the field? That's a good question. So usually, if you ask Cecilia, we say that when you go to the system, like when you go through school and the system, they only teach you things in the book, and they don't want you to be free so that you can investigate on your own and come up with your own devices or your own take or come up with something that doesn't rely on the current system that they use to oppress or to suppress people. And even somebody will go ahead and call you an NPC. Like last time, his name was Bravo Six, said that I'm an NPC because like as somebody who has gone through the system, they believe that you are an NPC, like you don't think outside the box, you don't think beyond what they teach you at school. So that's why they say that now free energy vendors, because they lack knowledge or certification in a certain field, they are free to experiment and do more and come up with way more. So that's the issue about it. But yeah, like you say, it raises that question like why only them and why no one else? I think I think it's a question which Cecile to be able to answer. And he's saying that when Maxwell came out at first, a lot of people did research on this technology and said it works, which is true. A lot of people said it works. But you know, what he was proposing back then wasn't like what he's proposing this time. When he came up with it, he was talking about some kind of generator that can be able to run a house. I think it was even before, yeah. It got to a point where he said it was a generator that can be able to run a house. Then he came and said that it can be able to run your TV. And actually, to today, Cecile, I know you say that you from Zimbabwe. To today, have you seen anyone running Maxwell's TV like you're using it forever and you don't have to recharge? You don't have to connect to the electricity. You don't have to use batteries. Like you just use the device. You're from Zimbabwe. Have you seen it like yeah, have you seen it working? And now he came up with this one, and this one which can be able now to power a car. Like we had that guy from Nigeria, what they told he wanted to invest in them, and what they told him was that they are doing R&D. The reason why they have not yet released anything, and they say that they are doing R&D and they want to make their device to be smaller and smaller and smaller in size. That at first they began with a big generator, then now they've reduced the size to something which you can be able to run a car and it's very tiny. And now the next stage is to make it even more smaller so that you can use it for more components, even drones and more. That's what he was told, yeah. Now, for me, I don't know. I think Cecile, for me, there's a time I was like, I believe in what Maxwell is doing, but it got to a point where I feel like no, these are just playing people, and I don't think that anything is going to ever come out. And Maxwell, Cecile, you can bet with you on this, man. I know you say that you have a lot of businesses and you don't want to risk them. Yeah, I, you can reach out on my email and we bet on this one. I'm pretty sure 100% nothing, Maxwell will never sell anything. And he says that people should invest in him. People are going to invest. They're going to put their money in the company because he says that he wants to build a factory, and people are going to put their money in there and do ABCD. But at the end of the day, the excuse that he will come up with it will be that I like people came after me, sabotage and all that. That's what he'll say, and like it is predictable. So I don't know. I have a question for you, Cecile. Have you invested in the guy? Like, have you invested in Maxwell's tech? Like, have you invested in him because let's say he's your like your countryman? Thinking out of the box isn't the problem. Creation of a proven device is the problem. Producer, you're back. I thought you'd gone away. So Cecile said that he's from Ghana. Actually, right now he's in Ghana. And I was like, you can link up with him, and because you also said that you're planning to relocate to that side, and anytime you go to bed, you're always thinking about Ghana, Ghana, Ghana. He can be able to help you. For him, it's not a liar, so I think he'll be able to help you, man. If you are working in the field, you don't want people to think you are crazy, you're crazy tech. You're saying that if you work in the field, you don't want people to think you're crazy in regards to the tech that you're working on. No one researched any Maxwell tech. The research is talking about is from that guy called Foster Gamble. But when you reached out to Foster Gamble, I don't know if you saw the message, Cecile. Foster Gamble said that you can go ahead and invest in Maxwell. He said keep keep what in your pocket. Like don't spend any money until they show you something that is working. That's what Foster Gamble said. Although Foster Gamble message also it was confusing because he said that at the time when they met Maxwell, his device was working. But right now they've been out of touch for a very long time and he doesn't know if the device works anymore He doesn't know if what he has today works or not, or if he's just playing people. So he said that when it comes to spending money, you want to keep a hand on your pocket first. You don't want to spend any money yet until they show you a system that is working. He's still saying that the education system they want today is colonialism. The people which have money get the most educated. Education is tightly controlled by the elites. This one, I think I believe. Even this one, Tech9 will agree with what Cecile is saying. But also, right now, there's a lot of knowledge out there where you can be able to learn on your own. Yeah. Saying that Maxwell's self-powered TV never sold. I wonder why. That's why I'm asking Cecile if he was able to use one because of where he's from. Saying that a lot of educated people have released free energy invention. They are stripped of their education immediately. Cold fusion was started by two professors. Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. But then that one, Technander is that one. The guy who did Cold Fusion. I'm forgetting the name. I think I did something on him some time back, and he was actually a prof. He was killed, and they say that the case was like robbery gone wrong. But yeah, there's that guy. For him, he was a prof. He was teaching at, was it MIT? I think it was MIT. I tried to find his name, and they went after him. Like at first, they did discredit everything that he was saying. They say that it doesn't work, and this was to protect the people who are working on the project. This one, I think Cecile also has a lot of information on this. Cecile, I wish you could come on and just share your voice. The head of India's nuclear power station and also the godfather to India's nuclear research, which is a hero, has immediately developed over Unity device. It was the end of his career. So now there is a question which you are asking one day. If Floyd has developed over Unity, why is no one going after him? End of his career, Cecile, where's the evidence? Maxwell is not the problem. The system is the problem. Natural knows if you release anything, he is dead. So you believe that he has a working device, but he's keeping it away so that he won't be killed. But now, why is he asking for people to invest in him and do a BCD when he knows this? When he knows that he can be killed, he's not going to release anything. Like, I'd just like to hear from you, Cecile, in one sentence or two sentences, like, or three or four. Right now, let's say you have that money. Can you be able to invest in Maxwell? Like, can you be able to put the money in Maxwell to help him establish his factory, which he wants to establish in the country? Can you be able to do it like right now? If you have your money, can you, like, if you met Maxwell today, can you give him your money and say that use this money to build this tech? Like, can you do it? Say that I know there's a problem with the education system in Africa, but there's nothing like separation. We spend most of our time learning useless things, which is true. But then, which is true. I feel like right now, man, we should be taught like advanced things. But if you go, you find that they're just teaching still things from back then. But then, Kate9, where did you go to school, man? Group of schools or no schools? Kate9, where did you go to school? By the Scamchan saying that Maxwell claims to have a device says it's for sale, people pay it and go zero. That's the thing, actually. That's the thing which also Simba was talking about. He's saying that people paid and Maxwell disappeared. And last time I posted about Maxwell, I saw even somebody else also came and said that he was he was done when he was scammed, like he paid for something to Maxwell, like investment or what, and they went silent. Although I'm not sure if it was true or not, because sometimes people can just comment. So I never followed up on the guy to confirm what he was saying about, but he said that I should stop posting about Maxwell, saying that Maxwell is a new generation guy. I've not managed to invest in technology, but I'll tell you a true story. Way before Maxwell, there was a student in University of Zimbabwe. Tell me that story now. You want to come on to tell me that story, okay? You're saying that no more schools. Oh, I see. I thought you went to group of schools, man. You graduated like recently or how far ago? There's a friend of mine, they also. No, I can't find him. For him, I think he does something close to what you do. But I think for him, it was more. I think I've done something to do with IT. I'm not sure. But yeah, we we were with him actually. We were doing YouTube with him some time back, last year that is. And his name was Ruben. But he worked somewhere in Nairobi, some tech company. So we were doing with him YouTube, and I think he got a little bit greedy. Although I told him initially he was doing tutorials teaching people how to do ABCD. Then when we got in touch with him, he saw what I was doing and he started doing it. And there's a time for him whenever he posted a video to do with Tesla, Elon Musk, it used to get like crazy number of views. So he did one and I think it got like 200 or so. And you know, if it's Elon Musk, it means it's views from the US, which I think it made a lot of money for him. So he got he got a little bit greedy, but I told him to be careful. I told him, man, YouTube is very sensitive, and if you post wrong things, you're going to be caught, and they will like delete your channel. But I think he felt like I was trying to mess up his thing, so he continued. He continued. Nowadays, he disappeared. I think they deleted him. Usually, YouTube is very like crazy sometimes. They will come after you if you're doing reused content or if somebody gives you a copyright claim. Saying that this student was trained by my father and he got his professorship in Sweden. He managed to increase the efficiency of a solar panel by 5% around year 2008. Next thing, they offered him a job in in South Africa. Once the company found out what he was doing was real, they got rid of his son, wife, him, and the daughter. What? That's crazy. That's so sad. That's so sad, man. That's so sad. And like, so they killed him because he had found a way to increase the efficiency of the solar panels. That's sad. But it was, which company was he working for by the way in South Africa? Although I know maybe you don't know the details, but like no one has ever tried to go ahead and sue them. They say that free energy people like human can breathe in water, just you are surprised. Free energy people are like human, can breathe in water. It's just we are surprised. Yeah, I see your point. You like what you mean is they just make up anything and they say that it's being suppressed. And did you see what Ionarch was doing in terms of them, the flat earth kind of people taking saying that he stopped the nonsense you did in 2019 from UN. Oh, by the UN is a very big institution, man. Big up, man. Big up, man. Big up, man. I know UN is, man, it's like, it's usually the top, right now it's like top six. Is it top six or top seven or eight in Africa? So it's a very big institution. So if people they see you, man, you did this from a good uni, man, like this, they'll say that you are an NPC, man. You don't want to do what and what and what. Also for me, I finished 2019. Although for me, I was in an Eldoret. In South Africa, once the company found out what he was doing, they went ahead. And Cecile saying that it's a true story. You're saying that it is nonsense. Cecile says that it is a true story, something that happened. They have solar panels in the lab at 90% efficiency. Is this true, Scamchan? I saw an article today, and I think was it today or yesterday, saying that some company had find a way to increase the solar efficiency. The efficiency of the solar. I was supposed to make a video about it. Let me try to see where's the link. 11s another fast charging no. In 5 to 6 there will be shortage due to rare earths no. Strawberry no. Soft robot workout no. Generating more power than hydro no. Global page China's fast. I think I did not save the article. Solar cells hit record 19.96 efficiency with 6 times cheaper polymer. Let me try to copy this one so that you can see it. But this one doesn't talk of anything 90%. 90% scam chan. Nah, I doubt, man. If this one is saying that they have achieved 19.9%, scam chan, you also want to start now doing conspiracy. I got this one from, I think this one is Interesting Engineering. I don't know if you know the channel. Interesting Engineering is that channel is very big, but they also get views like mine. I don't know why. They're like 2.4 million subs. Oh. Let me see how I can share this one before I come back to the video. Stop sharing. Share. So let's see it. Subscribe to Interesting Engineering. No, I don't wanna subscribe. I don't have money. Cancel. So it's saying that solar cells reach record 19.96 efficiency. Scam chain unless you're talking about this 996 efficiency with 6 times cheaper organic polymer. It's 19.96. And this is a new like solar cells. And this was announced. This was just 5 days ago. They think that high-efficiency organic solar cells have struggled to become commercially viable because they've always depended on costly and intricate materials. A novel low-cost polymer developed by a research team at China, Zhengzhou University, has achieved an unprecedented 19.96% power conversion efficiency in organic solar cells. This marks a significant leap forward for suitable and affordable energy. Looks like it was written by ChatGPT. Price of photoactive materials is a huge challenge for the industrialization. This breakthrough promises to reduce the cost of solar energy and accelerate its widespread adoption. It was led by Professor Chingai San. The team introduced two novel polymers, PTQ14 and PTQ15, which incorporate trifluoromethyl CF3 trifluoromethyl group to boost performance and drastically slash production expenses. Polymer breakthrough. This remarkable cost reduction was achieved. They say 19.96%. Beyond its cost effectiveness, PTQ15 has set a new efficiency benchmark for low-cost organic materials. OCS utilizing PTQ15 paired with Acceptors K1, K6 achieved a record-breaking 19.96 power conversion efficiency. For industrial scalability, the device maintained impressive 19.37 efficiency when processed in open-air conditions or 25% relative humidity. Do you have a link for you to share, Scamchan, or some sort of proof? But they're saying in this article, they're saying that they've been able to achieve 19.96, and that's a new material which was unveiled like 5 days ago. So, and you're saying that there's one for 90%. Explore how the latest PVT. Is this a link? Do you have a link that you can be able to share? Then I see it. Cecilia saying that I cannot put the money in Maxwell and I cannot put the money in free energy in vendor because they will never release anything. The separation of the tech. So you see, even you, Cecilia, you can't be able to put the money in this. But at least for you believe that it's because of separation. Now, when you say that you believe they have this, you encourage somebody else who will go ahead and invest in them. And then at the end of the day, Maxwell, it can be Maxwell, it can be anybody else will come and say that my tech, it failed, or I was stopped by some people from big oil companies who don't want us to do this. But at least for you, you've said the truth that you can't be able to put your money in this. And it's because we believe that they'll say that's separation and it will never come out. You're saying that Nova Solix proposes a carbon nanotube based solar. Are these one links or let me try to see? Are they links or oh I can see a link. ID is here, ID is here. Hey, ID care man. Look, Nova Solar proposes carbon. Let me see one of the link. ID, can you be able to join or it refuses? I don't know. The other day the link wasn't working. Idea I was telling these guys that right now if I just go get Lloyd in here, ID will just appear from nowhere. But yeah, I was wrong. I was wrong because today you took like you said you turn up at 6. I think it might be 6 on your side. ID saying that is free. Let me try to see this article from an article shared by I hope it's not from Echo something. Your article is also from Interesting Engineering. Oh no. Your article is from somebody else. Say that achieving 90% solar panel efficiency, the new PVT breakthrough of 2024. Do you believe this was scamtion? It's called TorontoStats.com. Do you believe the source? Stop sharing. Let me try to share this new screen. Let me try to share this new screen. I do welcome Tech9 saying that it's true. I also. You mean that it's true? 80 to 90% efficiency. Let me try to share the link. I've seen it. So let's say record. So for me, I'm reading something which was released a few days. Or it depends on the type of cells. You mean the PVT ones are the ones which have achieved the 90% efficiency. Let me see. I'll have to read more on this because I wanted to make a video on the other one. I usually use articles to make videos. I'm saying that achieving 90% solar panel efficiency, the new PVT breakthrough of 2024. Now, where renewable energy solutions are not just luxury but a necessity. The recent breakthrough achieving 90% solar panel efficiency marks a monumental leap forward. The year 2024 has seen a significant evolution in photovoltaic technology, with researchers and engineers breaking new ground in solar power efficiency and durability. This achievement isn't about setting new record. It's about redefining what we thought was possible in harnessing the power of the sun. Overview of the PVT panel designed for 90% efficiency. At the heart of this breakthrough lies the innovative photovoltaic thermal PVT solar panel design, a technology that integrates both photo and thermal elements to maximize energy capture. So I see, and this was in 2014. So why are the other guys saying they have achieved finally 19.96? Performance testing. Before claiming victory in the quest for 90% solar panel efficiency, existing testing conducted to validate the performance of the new PVT panels. This test carried out using advanced simulation software but this is software analysis of how the panels will perform under various conditions. The results were nothing short of impressive. That's ChatGPT confirming that the panels could indeed reach 90% efficiency mark under optimal conditions. The simulation revealed that the PVT panels could achieve an electrical efficiency of 12.11% and thermal efficiency of 78 point. What do they mean by electrical efficiency? Let me see if somebody. Does the link work when you try to join in? Just a question. So they say electrical efficiency of 12.11. The company was a fraud shell company just by the oil companies. The oil company was fake to know if he could take the research further, and when they found out he could do so. I see. So you mean that they just did set up a company to have him like to go ahead and kill him? They just set up a company to see if what is proposing works or not. And once they confirmed it works, they went after his life. The other one was saying that these two, what is the difference? Because they're saying that solar cells reach record efficiency with 6. What is this? The one for 19 is power conversion efficiency. Scamcha, do you know the difference between the two? Because this one says that the simulation revealed that the PVT panels could achieve electrical efficiency of 12.11 and a thermal efficiency of 78.59, resulting in an overall efficiency of 90.7%. Saying that these figures represent significant improvement over traditional solar panels, which typically operate at much lower efficiency levels. One of the key contributing to this high efficiency is the cooling fluid used in heat exchanger. By optimizing the flow rate of the cooling fluid, the researchers were able to reduce the operating temperature of the solar cells, thereby increasing their power output and voltage efficiency. What is this efficiency they are talking about? It looks like achieving 90% solar efficiency usually forward in solar technology, allowing the PVT design integrates. I don't know. I'll have to try to read more about it. It's using two systems. Idea you're saying that your avatar is working. Does the link work though? My question is, does the link work? Because last time we had somebody called Cecile, not Cecile, Marlon. He said that I should never pronounce his name again. If I do pronounce his name again, I don't know what will happen. So we had a guy called Marlon Jocelyn. He said that the link wasn't working because I had blocked him. So I don't know if it's on your side it works. Like when you click, it works. But your avatar is the one which is not working. You can try to get something like this, then you do it this way, ID. Then you talk. I won't be able to see you. Even Scamchan won't be able to see you and know who you are. And other people they won't be able to know who you are and come for you. You can do like this, or you can get. There's no third party software that can be able to do it. Saying that it's using two systems. They say, but maybe I try to read more about it. So because now I'm confused. The other one they say that they achieved ID. They say that they achieved ID. I see it works. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Perfectly, perfecto, perfecto. You can switch on the camera. Does it mean it is an issue with the avatar software you use? Do you think I don't I can still put you on a screen, no problema. Do you think it's an issue to do with Scamchan is saying that
Software?
reboot? Yeah.
Yeah, I might have to reboot.
You can try to reboot and see.
Yep, I'll be back.
Okay. Cecile saying that Kenya, have you asked yourself why a flight from Nairobi to London and from Nairobi to New York today is the same time it takes as in 1980s? You're asking Cecile, you're asking me or Tech9. But you're saying that have you asked yourself why a flight from Nairobi to London and from Nairobi to New York today is the same time it takes as in 1980s? Cecilia said that maybe you are using still old flights, all the planes. I'm pretty sure like what I've heard from people is like Kenya Airways and most African airlines they use old planes that were made maybe in the 90s. But yeah, if you have an answer, I don't know an answer for this, Cecil. So maybe educate me, Cecil, educate me. I want to know. I, I was just giving, I was just giving him an option where he can be able to use Camchan. Can come on with that. I began wearing this because my hair is going back slowly, man. Slowly. I think right now it's here. By December, I think it will be here. Then I'll love to begin shaving it all. But still doesn't look bad, but it is going away. It's running away. Every morning I wake up and I find it gone a little bit further back. But yeah, but still, most of the time I'm like this actually. I only do this usually sometimes when I'm walking in the sun. I think that's come. What I'm telling you is the flight time of a plane from 80s and today has not really improved. But I'm pretty sure we still use the same old planes. Cecil, I'm pretty sure we use the same old planes from back then. But if you have, do you have an explanation or maybe like, do you know why that time is still the same? You're saying that I get some herbs and berries. Berries, they improve growth of hair. I don't think that they improve. The only thing that is happening, the only thing that is happening is it improves hair on this lower side now. Here, not here. But yeah. But yeah, I'm okay with if it goes away, I'll be shaving it off. So you're saying has improved plenty. Cecil has this claim. Anyways, I don't know if it is real or not. Cecil. But Cecil looks to know a lot of things. Cecil said, no, I said I cannot put money in them because I know the separation of the technology will not allow them to release anything. How do you fight organization which has 500-year technology in front? I see your point. So that's the reason why you won't be able to invest in Maxwell. But now, what if Maxwell has been able to fight these people and the only thing that now is holding him back is the money? Or But I believe that you can't put the money in him because you know that you will lose your money. But now you're saying that you know that you will lose your money because you're saying that you won't lose your money because you know it is about the tech, not it's about people trying to suppress him. Scamchen, you're saying that, but then did Pierodusa go away again? Pierodusa was here and I think he disappeared. Cecil Pierodusa said that he wants to relocate to Ghana. Ghana. If you're working on the field, he said that he wants to relocate to Ghana. I don't know if he went away again. But let me continue playing this video for it was from so that I can take water and come back a little bit late. Any money you put on Maxwell is a losing bet, which I also agree actually 100%. If you put your money on Maxwell, you're going to lose the money. And Cecil knows that he knows it, but he says that it's not because Cecil knows that Manchester United meets release clause for Matthews Cunha. Oh, I see. Cecil knows that, but he's saying that he doesn't believe that. That is why he doesn't believe that that is the reason behind why people don't want to invest in Maxwell. He believes that people, for him, he can't invest in Maxwell because his stake is real, but he will lose his money in the process. But for others, they believe that you should not invest in Maxwell because it is a scam. So, Cecile, 100% you believe that Maxwell has something that works. I used to believe so, but I got to a point where I feel like, man, this no way. We always need to be told that people want him gone. And I don't, what's the difference between what I'm seeing and what is showing me? It's showing me that I only have one person on. Then when I see on YouTube, it shows me that you have at least, I don't know, 8 people. I don't know what is the problem with the software today. Imagine trying to suppress the light bulb. We're not using candles full time at all. So I think the thing that you're talking about is about that you're talking about scamtion. I think it just means that some people will be very against you if you come up with something interesting. Like some people will not want such a thing. I think that is what Cecile means. And also, ID saying that based on all that I know about how much energy is around us, Maxwell does not have the self-charging car that he claims. Actually, when the guy that that guy used to be a friend of mine. I don't know what happened to him. I tried to reach out to him. We used to talk with him on WhatsApp. When he reached out to Maxwell, Maxwell said that one of the Maxwell's PR director, I think you know what they do. So he was fueling a car at a petrol station, and he said that he was doing that because they only have 2 cars, and they only have 2 cars with the tech, and one of the car is used by Maxwell's son, and the other one is used by the other one. He said that it is used by Maxwell himself. So that's why the PR director was driving a normal car. So since saying the scamchan keep all surprising how many times has a computer improved from 1980 now, and look at the planes. If they were really improved, a flight from Nairobi to New York should be 3 hours. I think what you're talking about, Cecile, is something. You're talking about improvement. I know there's some improvement in coming up with planes which are more like hypersonic or something. And there's one which I think they are working on that can be able to take you between London and the UK. I think it was an hour 30 minutes between UK and the US and something close to that. But those ones are still in development. When it comes to planes, actually, what has changed over time, Cecile, if I'm not wrong, what has changed over time is they have been able to increasing the volume so that they can be able to carry more people, and also increasing, like when you increase the volume, you want to make sure that you have like an engine that now can be able to sustain such people, like during the flight. It can be able to create enough trust. I think it's called trust. It can be able to create enough trust and all that so that it can be able to carry such loads. I think that's what has been the major improvements in planes, and not really speed. But if you want to look up at in terms of speed, actually you can look up at fighter jets and all that. You see that they're way more faster. You see the Maxwell has the car as it charges. Cecile, can you afford the ticket on the faster plane? How many airlines invest in better planes? Is it working now, or still you have some issues on your end? ID still, is it working, or still have some issues on your end? I wanted to play this other video, then I go and take a couple. I go and take water. Oh, this is saying that Scamchan in 1980 a flight from New York to London 8 hours today, 7 hours. Why is the improvement in aviation separation of technology? Improvement has been in the volume. Volume. Improvement has been, I think, in the volume in terms of efficiency, like safety. I mean, not efficiency, in terms of safety and more. There's no separation. There's no separation. Your favorite airline want to invest in faster planes, and actually, true, faster planes are more expensive also. Let me play this one. Window. DC system works. Where did Network Metatron go to? He's the one who shared this video. Then he disappeared. I'd see. No. Remove.
What is it doing? Here's the main point of all this. These right here turn the system on and off. Let's just focus on one part. Let's not make this confusing.
Turn every spark of inspiration into the perfect creative output with Alter. Our AI workspace helps you go from mood boards to reality in just moments, understanding style, taste, and tone from your curated content and bookmarks. With the most powerful AI models all in one place, you can craft stunning visuals and write easily and intuitively, like autocomplete.
I take this coil and I take this coil. I'm going to resonate them one to the other. This frequency is the same as this frequency, and I'm simply gonna bounce them off of each other. That's it. You're putting them in oscillation. By putting the frequency in the same, both of them is the same as a Tesla coil, you're putting them in oscillation. Turn on one, it goes to the other. Turn on one, it goes back and forth in oscillation. Why is that important? If there's no heat going to it first, remember we had our battery here, and we pulled the negative into our system. Therefore, we got mostly voltage in there. If you can continuously do this and bring down the temperature, it will have to create heat in the room in order to make the temperature come to the voltage. You now draw in the environment into the room. You are now oscillating between the two, and it'll continue to hold voltage after you turn off your system. It's because you oscillated it without using the heat in the system first. This is a far advanced method. This is what over Unity systems do. This is not your conventional system, but it's important to understand that it's entirely possible. Let's go to where most people fail in understanding the way to capture.
So he's talking about an over Unity system. What Cecile's talking about. So Cecile, if this guy is sharing about over Unity and all that, won't they go after him? Like when they go after his life, idea said that it could have been nice, like if you could get you that guy and ID. He's talking about over Unity. Idea you can just come in and do without appearing, yeah. You can just join in and do without appearing. No problema. Magic coils. You're saying that what the guy is talking about doesn't make any sense. Let me read Cecile first. Cecile's saying that Scamchan, I'm not talking about the research laboratories or the universities. I'm talking about the black projects where they are hiding highly advanced tech, electrogravitics, time dilation. You're saying time dilation. You believe they have this sort of tech and they're hiding it. Let me continue playing the video. So the guy is talking about over Unity. Sorry, I did need the SSD. Over Unity, where's the video? So he's saying that over Unity is possible.
The energy. Anytime you come out of a system, this is your battery, this is your capacitor. Now, what are we doing here? We need to convert energy. When it comes in, it may be high frequency, maybe high amps. How do you deal with both? You use your capacitor banks to do it.
So he should show his working device instead of the drawings. So I think we should change this and say, is over Unity possible? Let me rename this one to is over Unity possible. Is over Unity possible? How can I rename the chat? How can I rename the is over Unity possible? Let me educate you. Nothing to do with the Kenyan Airways or using all planes suppression of the technology. But Cecile, isn't that what like Scamchan was saying that airline companies don't want to invest in modern airplanes, which are sometimes expensive. But if you're using a private jet, then you can be able to go way more faster from point A to point B. But what I know right now, most companies have been investing. Most airlines will want to increase volume. Like if you can be able to carry more people. Is over Unity possible? Is over is over Unity possible? Why am I struggling to is over Unity? Is over Unity possible in 2025? Yeah. Let me see one comment first. Say that you should show the work instead of the drawings. So see no fast planes exist but won't admit it, else it's conspiracy fails. But ID also today I think that the internet, maybe there's a problem somewhere else. Because you see right now on my side it shows me that I only have one person watching. And I can see you are here, I can see Cecile, I can see Skamchan, and we had Tech9. We have about 8 people, but it's only showing one. I don't know what is wrong today. Cecile saying that AD should ask Lloyd a conveyor belt over Unity. Maxwell is a great inventor. 2,000 plus inventors have tried before Maxwell and have failed. The organization which suppresses the technology, do you know what they invest in? Do you know how they make their money? Saying that, do you know how they make their money? So you believe that Maxwell has invented something which thousands have failed. Let me continue playing this. Cecilia believes, others don't believe in Maxwell.
In this one, my frequency's high. In this one, my amperage is high. If you try to connect these two together, you'll get nothing but sparks and explosions. Therefore, you must use a chemical process to do it. Your capacitor bank is your chemical process to do this. It's basically throwing it all in one pot, unloading everything, swirling it around, and making something that's useful out of it.
AI is changing the game for app development.
That's a good one.
Firebase is here to help. Firebase
This is the process. You put your high frequency in one, you put your high amperage in the other. Both in the banks, there'll be several capacitors in here, are going to go to your battery. You're changing the symmetry of your voltage and everything. You're changing how this functions. You cannot have high frequency and a high voltage in a DC system. The two don't work because, again, we're on that scale. It has to balance each other. Therefore, you must put them together in a capacitor bank and change the symmetry, which basically means you're putting them in a mixing pot and changing it. Then you put it into your battery. Your battery is your leveler.
ID, what he's saying, is it true? Is what he's saying true? Maxwell invalid zero. Maxwell invalid zero. So he's saying that they are funding endless was drug smuggling, kidnapping, prostitution, genetic experiments for technology. So I believe that they have a lot of money, but their money is used for funding like things which just bring suffering, but they don't want to bring any sort of peace or happiness to people. I think Cecil, you and Fred can be nice friends because there's a guy called Bravo Six. You and Bravo Six, I think you can be nice friends in terms of what you're talking. Cecil, are you in the WhatsApp group that Lloyd has? Fred usually is there. The guy called Marlon, he had some different opinion and he disappeared. Capacitor Sol, you believe so? What he's saying is not true. Let me continue playing it with him.
This battery doesn't even have to really work. It can work at a very, very small voltage and amperage because it's a leveler. You're not using it for the battery, you're using it for the chemicals. You're using your capacitors for your chemicals because of what the properties do, not necessarily the voltage they produce. This is your level. This right here is your conversion. Now, you take your high frequency, you take your high amperage.
Compton, you're saying that it sounds like him. No, I think if Lloyd is watching right now, he'll be excited for what this guy is talking about, and he'll say, "ID should watch this and should know that there's more to this than what ID says." ID,
Yo, can you hear me?
yeah, can you hear perfecto? I'm sorry about your software today. It seems, although today it seems like I don't know, things are not just okay with the software. It was
Yeah,
working
I
earlier.
tried I tried using just the the image, the avatar image. It still didn't work, so I just turned everything off.
Or if you can just have like a still image on the screen, but it's
I
not
can't.
working.
It won't even let me show like my avatar, that my still image. It doesn't even let me do it.
And earlier on, you had done your class with the other students. You told me, I don't know, the kids or what. The one which you
Well,
teach on
I
the
I
channel.
reboot I rebooted and it should work. I mean, I don't know. It's just weird, but it's doing the same thing as before I rebooted, so I don't think it's my system.
It could be
I've
the
been on live as late. I was on yesterday. Yeah, it was. I don't know. I don't know. Maybe it's the software. I don't know.
it could be the software that I'm using. Maybe it's the software that I'm using. But yeah, maybe it is. I don't know. Because today is it keeps on showing me that I have like zero viewers when although even YouTube is doing that. Maybe it could be YouTube. It's showing that like right now it says that only one person. But now I have like Cecile, I had you in the chat. I have like around 8 people, but it has been doing that. Even sometime it shows zero and the chat is active. So Maybe it's just a problem with YouTube tonight.
Mm-hmm.
But you're audible.
So,
You're audible. So
what is
that's
this
what
guy talking about? Like, what is he saying? I caught like he said like two coils resonating or something.
you want to restart. You want to restart the video from the beginning. The
You know,
video shared.
you don't have to. You can give me the highlights. You know, I don't want to. I know people have already seen it, so
The video shared by somebody called Network Metatron. Anyways, the guy just was explaining on how the DC system works, and he was saying that when you increase, I mean, when you have, he was saying that in a system, in a DC system, when voltage is high, not voltage, amperage, when current is high, it introduces like heat in the system. Or whenever you have high heat in the system, it means current is high, which it means that you won't be able to transmit high voltages, because when current is high, it means voltage is low. So then he went on to introduce in a MOSFET. He said that when you introduce a MOSFET in, it was PNP MOSFET, there's a way that you can be able to cheat the system. And then once you cheat that system, you take that current, I think current and frequency, or then you dump it into the capacitor. Now, so that's what he's explaining now from the capacitor after you dump it. He say that the capacitor, I think there's something which it does to it. Let me bring it back here. I don't know if you'll be able to see. There's a circuit which he had.
I would love to see a circuit.
I like traditional universities.
Unfortunately, I'm getting a
I don't
lot
need to
of.
wait till I graduate to celebrate. I'm earning
Mm-hmm.
bad.
The voltage you want, free flow. This, but now I want to go over here and I'm going to put my frequency bank changes, but I need a draw. We have right here a coil. It's got two coils. So what we want to do is take our battery here. Sorry, I draw badly. You'll have to get over that. And I got a frequency generator right here. And I'm simply going to take this here. Now, I want this negative to go through my system first, because again, we want the voltage to be as fast as it possibly can. I want this to go into here. Now, I'm going to bring it out here, bring it over here, and I'm going to put the neon light here. Again, voltage going through the system.
Hold on. That battery, that negative contact, is he not shorting out the coil? Like, isn't that just shorting out the coil, or is that supposed to be a coil that's been around turns, a bunch of turns?
So he was talking about how he can be able to cheat the system to run like in the opposite direction using this neon light. Let me take it back a little. You see where he's trying to explain that. When he was talking about MOSFET.
I saw him put a negative. He said something crazy about wanting
So
the faster speed with putting it on the negative.
I
Go ahead.
think
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I think it's somewhere here. Let me see.
You trick the system. You create this. This little light creates it, because now I go in here and I come out here. This right here is simply my base in the system, but I don't want the way that the PNP is set up. I want the way the NPN is set up. That's how you trick the system. You create this. This little light creates it, because now I go in here and I come out here. This right here is simply my base, and it's able to take my frequency and put it into my system. But this right here is your loop. I now crossed it, took the heat out by putting the draw here. It still goes through my system, but it does it without the heat. I'm removing the heat aspect from it. I am trying to reduce the amount of heat that goes in the NPN. So I'm essentially taking NPN and making it a PNP in my system without the resistor. My resistor is now replaced by my neon light.
That makes absolutely no sense. I mean, like, because so what I can hear him doing is he's trying to convert from what he said an NPN to a PNP. You know how you do that? Pull out the NPN and put in a PNP. You can't convert an NPN to a PNP. That depends on the substrate doping. That means the NPN represents N type. You can Google this if you're listening. N type, P type, N type. Those are the three types of semiconductor materials that are in that circuit. NPN. If you want PNP, you got to put a P type, N type, P type. That's a physical thing. That's not a, if I bias this, it's now NPN. That's not how that works. That's a structure of the material. That has nothing to do with biasing. Nothing. So if it's not built as PNP, it's not going to be a PNP. It has to be built as a PNP. So he lost me already.
Let me now take it back now again a little. He said that you can be able to take. Let me take it back when he explains PNP and NPN.
That was wild. I never heard anything like that before.
Although his main aim is saying, when he began, he's saying that you're trying to reduce the heat. So if you reduce the heat, the voltage will be able to move through the system without any impedance.
But he's not telling you how he's removing the heat.
So now he's removing the heat. Now he's saying that you take it was a PNP, yeah? Then you introduce the it was a neon light, yeah? That it will be that way you'll be able to dump the heat. But now let me take it back. I think from somewhere here he explains this one is.
So he's saying remove the heat. How
Yeah.
are you doing that?
You want in some way your amperage to go up. Now, I know it's a lot to take in, man, and you got a lot of different things to account for in your variable. There's two types you go into here. There's NPN and there's PNP. What's the difference? NPN is a force positive. You're pushing the positive throughout your whole system and then coming back over here to your negative. So we have a flow pattern, just like that. That's pretty simple. And NPN works the opposite. We have a flow pattern that goes this way, but it has to be triggered. You have to pull it through the system.
So up to that point, you're okay?
No. No, because I mean, so if you think of charge carriers, right? Let's say an electron, because there's two types of charge carriers. There's hole and there's electrons. Electrons are negatively charged. A hole is positively charged because it's actually an absence of an electron, which makes it a positive. It's not a physical thing. It's just a vacant electron. Does that make sense? Like a hole. They call it a hole in the semiconductor world. So they call it a hole, but it's actually an absent electron. So that's the difference in charge, right? So a current going through the device, it's still electrons going through the device. The only thing that changes on the device is how you bias it. For an NPN, you actually have to put a positive on the gate or the base. I'm sorry, because we're talking about NPNs, not MOSFETs. On the base. So if you put a positive, like plus 5 volts, whatever, to turn the channel on, that pulls electrons towards the base, or at least it forward biases the device, one of the PN junctions. A PNP, you put a negative to attract the holes. It's it's the same idea, but the electrons are now going in the direction of where the holes go. So it does reverse the current flow, but it doesn't change the property. It's still electrons going through it. It's still electrons. It's like I don't know what he's talking about where he's like, oh, I'm changing these properties. Based on what? It's all based in the material that you use. It's either p-type or n-type. You don't get to switch them. They're hardwired that way. So I'm
So
already lost.
at this point, he was explaining how the NPN works and how the PNP works, like how the flow, like at this point he's not introducing in a new, like the neon yet. At this point he was just explaining how the NPN works and PNP works.
They're
So
almost identical with the exception of one being p-type, n-type, p-type, or the other one being n-type, p-type, n-type. But the operation is the same. Like it's just you're biasing it different. You're just changing the direction of the current. Okay, but it doesn't change heat capacity. Like this is crazy. I've never heard anybody say something like that. I'm wondering why he said it. So I'm curious to see how he even explains that.
he has not yet gotten to that point as of now. Let me continue and last
Yeah.
You cannot force it to the system. This, you can force all day to the system. As soon as it starts, it wants to run. As soon as this goes, it doesn't want to do anything until it's pulled through the system. So every time you have this, in that system, you have a resistor. This is your PNP. Now you're pulling the negative through your system to the resistor. That's fairly easy to understand. Let's get into the more complex version of all of this. What does your resistor do? Your resistor causes resistance.
So does it work that way if you introduce in a resistor?
If you introduce a resistor, again, it's all in series, so it doesn't do anything. If you have a PNP or NPN, the only thing you change is how you bias it. But electrons are passing through the device. There's a PN junction and there's a PN junction on both ends. If you think of PNP, there's a PN junction on both left and right side. If you think about the N being the common node, the base, that's what it is. It's a common between the collector and the emitter. So it's just PN junctions. If anybody knows anything about PN junctions, you know how to forward bias them and reverse bias them. If you have an NP junction, still a PN junction is just reversed. So the polarity is different on how you forward bias the junction, but the operation is not the same. The only main difference is the PNP is slower as far as speed because you're actually using the holes as your current, but the electrons are still going through the device. It's not like electrons you remove. It doesn't make sense that he's separating them as these different devices that one draws heat and one doesn't. What? They both draw heat.
I see today Gerald is agreeing with you, saying that you're 100% correct. Let me continue. Then you get to that point where now he's introducing in a diode and
In the system.
A neon, I mean neon.
So your temperature, remember your degrees, goes up. Your voltage now drops. You now have an amperage that goes up. This resistor is in line that goes right in to here. As it goes into there, it creates the resistance, it drops your voltage, up your amperage. What does that do? It saturates the plates that are in here. Now we have a saturation level. Now it creates a voltage differential, so now it can pass to the system. But inevitably, it creates heat to do it. Now, if you can understand that it creates heat and it creates a voltage difference, now we can get into the more complex understanding of something. We have a PMP, which will give you a higher value. Why? Because the volts continuously flow through the whole system. There's not a lot of amperage in there. So it comes out cooler, so therefore your trans...
Hello?
He actually said the voltage flows. Voltage does not flow. Current does. He is jumbling a lot of things here. Like he's not really making sense on a lot of what he's saying, but he's also messing up just fundamental things. Like these are like red flags to me. Let me just be honest. These are red flags to me. It's you don't have to speak the way I speak, but if the foundational language isn't there, I'm calling bullshit. These are not the things you should get tripped up on, right? Like you just shouldn't if you're trying to describe heat transfer, power, electrical current, all these things you're trying to explain, but you can't get past the first level without saying something that doesn't make sense. That made that made no complete sense. Like that was the one of the worst things he said. Trying to get voltage to flow. What does that mean? How do you flow voltage? This is crazy. So if you don't want me to comment so much, let me know. But I'm just trying to keep up with what he's talking about.
It's okay. It's okay. Just comment at any point you feel like. Then I will pause it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Transistor will run better. You will get more voltage out of that. It's a better flow. They use it mostly in power circuits. And NPN creates a lot of heat. That's not fun for your system. It'll be a lot of losses. A lot of hysteresis goes on in heat. It's just the loss out of your system. You don't want that.
Hold on.
NPNs are bad.
How about the resistance?
He said hysteresis. Why is he using that word?
And I think
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I said I think Gerald knows this guy because he's calling him Nathan. He's saying that
I don't know why he's using word hysteresis. What does that have to do with what he just said? It's like hysteresis has everything to do with magnetics. Like, why are you even speaking about This is crazy. He said the hysteresis. That again, these are those like filler words. I am clear that he has no idea what he's talking about.
He's going to introduce magnetism. He says that heat. I think at some point in time he's going to introduce magnetism.
If you talk about hysteresis, you have to talk about dipole moments. But that's a semiconductor. That's a material property, right? You have to talk about magnetic moments. Like there's a lot of things in that causes that hysteresis. It's like memory in a material. When you keep biasing it forward, reverse, and it starts to it's like a memory where you start to lose something because the properties within the material changes because of magnetism, because of dipole moments that you're manipulating depending on how strong you hit that material with an electric field. So there's a lot that he's saying, but they're not connecting. So just wanted to put that out there.
Gerald is saying that the way he's explaining it is not properly, but the circuit he's talking about is his creation. So I'm like, Gerald, do you want to come on and maybe explain? ID is usually soft on you, so for you should not be afraid of ID. Do you feel like
don't be afraid of me? Don't be afraid of me.
Do you want to come on and explain? Because he's saying that the circuit is his, but the guy, his name is Nathan. He's saying that Nathan is explaining it wrongly. And he's saying that he's impressed that you understand dipole moment.
Man, you thought I was coming up here talking a lot of trash all these weeks, man? I know this stuff. That's why I'm commenting. I don't, if I don't know about it, I won't say a thing. Like I'll stand down when I don't know. But yeah, that's that again, when you say hysteresis, that indicates some level of magnetic changes based on the biasing. If you bias a material heavy enough, you can actually make it a magnet depending on like ferrite magnets. You can actually change the properties of a material by what you expose it to as far as like strong electric fields and stuff. So when he said that, that didn't make any sense to me because he's saying heat. I still haven't figured out why he's saying one traps heat and the other one doesn't. They both have resistance on the line. You don't get an NPN device with no resistance. In relation, it has less resistance per size. Like if you get the exact same size of the NPN and the PNP, the PNP will run slower. So there is slightly more resistance on the PNP in relation to the NPN of the same size. But they both have resistance. Don't get it twisted. That PN junction, you can forward bias it to make it like a minimal of a connection between the P and the N if you forward bias it. But even still, you still need 0.7 volts on that PN junction. So how do you say that one has resistance and the other one doesn't? That doesn't make sense.
For that reason. However, can you trick the NPN? Can you make the NPN believe it's a PNP? If you understood.
So that's what I think you had an issue with now. He's talking about how you can be able to trick the. I think that he can respect you now. He thought that you used to just argue. Anyways.
This, it's not a problem. If you cannot understand this in a resistor and what the resistor is doing, it's going to be a big problem. How do I cheat it? I am going to cheat it by doing this. I simply put a neon light here. Why? Why would that trigger this to work backwards? Because now we have our negative and positive from the battery, right? Well, now I can pull my negative into my system, okay, and have it go back, and I can cheat it now. Because this right here is your temperature and your amperage and everything else in an NPN. And now I can cut it. It never goes into here. This temperature, my heat, never hits here. I've crossed it over. I have a draw, so I'm pulling to my negative, but now it cuts over and allows the heat to go into here, and it comes out as light. It's still using energy, but my heat never goes into here. These stay cold. But I've tricked it by giving it a draw. When I say a draw, and I say pulling through the system, anything that's voltage needs some kind of an amperage or a heat to pull it through the system. So it's a draw. It draws it in. It's pulling it in. It wants it to come in there. I'm simply cheating it by understanding what the resistor did in the system, but I don't want the way that the PNP is set up. I want the way the NPN is set up. That's how you trick the system. You create this. This little light creates it because now I go in here and I come out here. This right here is simply my base, and it's able to take my frequency and put it into my system. But this right here is your loop. I now crossed it, took the heat out by putting the draw here It still goes through my system, but it does it without the heat. I'm removing the heat aspect from it. I am trying to reduce the amount of heat that goes in the NPN.
So we all know what a Peltier device is, right? I'm sure you've seen them, seen videos with them. So when we talk about NPN devices, those are semiconductor devices all day long. When you're talking about removing heat, where does it go? You can't just say I'm removing the heat, but where did you put it? It had to go somewhere. If you're saying you took it out, where did it go?
So I think that one will show you when now it does the circuit. I think it was dumping it in a capacitor. You'd see that now at the somewhere ahead.
So he dumped heat into a capacitor?
There's somewhere he dumped it. I'm not sure.
See, you see the vagueness though? It's vague. It's like you don't know. He's just saying I removed heat. Yeah, but where'd it go? It doesn't just
Wait.
disappear.
Yeah, wait till you see it somewhere at the front now. I think ahead,
Okay.
I mean ahead. But so Gerald saying that he's applying it without knowing the outcome. So does it mean like he's just doing something theoretically, but he has not used on something that works on his side? Because Gerald saying that he's the one who came up with the equation. Cecil saying that
I mean, maybe Gerald needs to explain this one because he's sort of leaving some things out. I mean, from what it looks like, he just shorted 2 terminals on a battery. Like, I don't even know what that drawing is on the right. Is that supposed to be the battery? If that's the battery, you just shorted out the terminals. I don't see how that's relevant to what you're trying to do with an NPN.
you're showing that once you introduce that is it the neon light?
The neon lights.
Yeah, then you can be able to now change the flow of, let's say, the flow of electrons. Like they now go from, is it positive to negative, depending
How are the neon lights working? Aren't they AC?
They're supposed to be AC, but E-system is DC. Yeah.
Right. How do you pass DC through a neon light? I thought there was an electric field that's exciting that gas. That's like bouncing. It's where's the yeah, let me look something up because I could have swore you needed an AC signal for that. How do you just hook it up to a battery and all of a sudden it's removing heat? I am lost. Say, I guess I'm looking in the chat.
When I say a draw,
He's saying you
when I
are
say pulling through the
following the academics. The man is following his invention and ideas. Well, I'm sorry, I'm at a disadvantage then that I'm following what's in a physics book. I guess that's a bad thing. I don't know. It's the same science that the computer or laptop or cell phone that you're using. That's the math and science I'm using. So it's not an experiment anymore in my world. It works. I don't need to experiment with it. It works. I know it works. So I'll follow academia at this point because I know 100% it works for what we use at our everyday life. So okay, sorry.
Gerald is saying that you can come on and explain, saying that, and I can explain. I can and I will explain this in detail and how it applies to what I was trying to accomplish. Maybe you can come on and explain it and make it easier for us to understand. A network Metatron is saying that is doing like disease being pulsed. Maybe that's how you can be able to now use the neon lights at that point without needing AC system.
Oh, is it being pulsed? Because he just said that was the battery terminal. So that doesn't sound like pulse. So that's why I'm confused. I'm just trying to follow what he's saying. I don't know anything past what he's putting on the screen. And it's just there's a lot of gaps and jumps and all these different introducing neon lights. Wait a minute. I thought that needed a signal, an AC signal. to actually move that wave back and forth to excite the that gas. So I don't know. I gotta look up some neon electric fields on the neon gas. I gotta look that up to make sure I know what I'm talking about here.
Let me continue playing. You're listening, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
System, anything that's voltage needs some kind of an amperage or a heat to pull it through the system. So it's a draw. It draws it in. It's pulling it in. It wants it to come in there. I'm simply cheating it by understanding what the resistor did in the system, but I don't want the way that the PNP is set up. I want the way the NPN is set up. That's how you trick the system. You create this. This little light creates it because now I go in here and I come out here. This right here is simply my base, and it's able to take my frequency and put it into my system. But this right here is your loop. I now crossed it, took the heat out by putting the draw here. It still goes through my system, but it does it without the heat. I'm removing the heat aspect from it. I am trying to reduce the amount of heat that goes in the NPN. So I'm essentially taking an NPN and making it a PNP in my system without the resistor. My resistor is now replaced by my neon light. It's a lot to understand, but your system goes haywire if you do not understand the heat in your system. It's very much important to understand all of it. If you don't, like I said, you run your system, we have a choke that's instant heat, that's instant amps in your system. So if you were making an electrical system and you need to convert some voltage into amperage in order to make your system work, you choke it. That's what you do. That right there, it creates a magnetic core inside here. It's a ferrite core. It's wire wrapped around it, and it'll create magnetism in a very low level, but it'll bring up your heat and up your amps because it's in there. Which also tells you another thing, that the heat equals the magnetism in your system. Now, you can understand it a little better. The voltage you want.
Is that one true? Saying that is pulsing it, leaving so much out.
Yeah, get Gerald up here. This guy is not really saying anything of relevance.
He's saying that the heat will be equal to magnetism. Or he said what? He's leaving out so much. His system cannot do what he says. Network. Had you tried like building his system because you shared the video? Had you tried like doing his system? I see the video is from 3 days ago.
Free flowing. Again, the less impedance in that voltage, the faster it flows, and the better off you are in your system. Let's put this into an actual system. We have right here a coil. It's got 2 coils. So what we want to do is take our battery here. Sorry, I draw badly. You'll have to get over that. And I got a frequency generator right here. And I'm simply going to take this here. Now, I want this negative to go through my system first because, again, we want the voltage to be as fast as it possibly can. I want this to go into here. Now, I'm going to bring it out here, bring it over here, and I'm going to put the neon light here. Again, voltage going through the system in an NPN in a negative way. We are now running the negative this way, but I need a draw. There's my draw. It comes out here. I want to put this into a capacitor bank. Now, a capacitor bank changes symmetry. We'll get into that in a minute. But now I want to go over here and I'm going to put my frequency right here.
You see, it's dumping in the capacitor. ID.
Yeah, I saw it.
Yeah. He said that it dumps. Like, that was the heat. He said that the heat will be able to come from. I think it is the heat which is dumping in the capacitor.
I'm still not understanding where the heat went or how's it even moving the way it's moving. So he's just saying he removed the heat. Now he's putting it in a cap. So capacitor gets hot. Is that what he's saying? I don't know. Have you ever felt a hot capacitor before?
I continue the video. I was
I'm just
thinking.
asking because, like I said, the heat is just. I mean, it's heat. It's energy. So if you say you removed it, I just want to know where that heat went, where you think it went, because it doesn't sound like it's traveling the way he says it's traveling. So he's missing a lot.
A network Metatron is saying that he tried and he was able to pulse a 12-volt DC through a transformer for high voltage output. I'm still working on it. Actually, it was Network Metatron who shared this video. And Gerald is saying that it's moving right now and this daughter is using the camera, but it's almost done. So when you're done, you feel you will be able to come and explain. And Gerald is saying that the guy Nathan, he thinks that magnetism represents it. He actually, there's a point where he say that the heat will be equal to magnetism in the system. I think you heard.
So the heat is magnetism?
Yeah, he said, I don't know, you heard it. He said that, yeah.
Wow. I'm lost. I don't know what he's trying to say. I have no idea what he's trying to say because again, when you say I want the PNP, but he wants fast, like he wants a fast system. It's like, well, you shouldn't have never picked the PNP then. Like that's one, and two, the only thing you change is the biasing. I'm using academia. I apologize. I'm using what I learned in college and in my career that how this works. So that's all I got. Other than the experiments I've run myself, but it just doesn't make sense now that magnetism is heat. Well, then where's the? Yeah, I'm lost. I'll let him keep going, I guess, until Gerald gets up here.
Gerald, I'm not sure if he will, but he says he might. He said that that's what you're reading the comments. He said that that's what he thinks heat is magnetism, and that if you take it out, you take out the heat. So Gerald saying that that is what the guy is thinking. So let me continue. But you see, he's saying that now he's dumping the heat in the
into the capacitor.
And then I want to draw back this over here to here. Now I want to put a diode in here to go one direction. And we're also going to put it here. Now, what did I do? The only loss in my system is that right there. That's it. How do I amplify the system? Put in a second transistor right here. Bring it into my second coil, bring it along. We're going to connect it in the same manner. We're going to go this way. We're going to put our diode in here. This jumps over, does not touch that, just like it doesn't in the other one. We have our cap bank here. And now we can run this back. Again, it jumps over here and back to here. The frequency will as well go right over here. Sorry, I didn't put the jumps in there. I just sloppily drew it. What is it doing? Here's the main point of all this. These right here turn the system on and off. Let's just focus on one part. Let's not make this confusing. I take this coil and I take this coil. I'm going to resonate them one to the other. This frequency is the same as this frequency, and I'm simply gonna bounce them off of each other. That's it. You're putting them in oscillation. By putting the frequency in the same, both of them, it's the same as a Tesla coil, you're putting them in oscillation. Turn on one, it goes to the other. Turn on one, it goes back and forth, back and forth, back and forth in oscillation. Why is that important? If there's no heat going to it first, remember we had our battery here, and we pulled the negative into our system. Therefore, we got mostly voltage in there. If you can continuously do this and bring down the temperature, it will have to create heat in the room in order to make the temperature come to the voltage. You now draw in the environment into the room. You are now oscillating between the two, and it'll continue to hold voltage after you turn off your system. It's because you oscillated it without using the heat in the system first. This is a far advanced method. This is what over Unity systems do. This is not your conventional system, but it's important to understand that it's entirely possible. Let's go to where most people fail. And
Is it possible? He's saying that it is possible.
Hell to the no. There's no way in hell that that works. But, you know, if it does, then show it. That's the only thing you can ask somebody to do. Because all these drawings, they're not making sense. Honestly, what he's saying is gibberish. Maybe Gerald has a better way of explaining it, but this guy is not really doing a good job of it. But again, at the end of the day, the only thing you really need to do is show that it works. It has nothing to do with what I think. I'm saying that the proof is on whoever's saying this works. So just show it.
And
But
that is,
if I had to put money on it, no, this doesn't work. This doesn't work.
will you put your life on it as again?
Of
Will you bet?
course, there is no perpetual system. I've said that from day one. No, there is no. If there's a perpetual system and this guy has it, trust me, YouTube is pennies. Like you could change the world if you come up with this. So get off of YouTube and go out there and make that money. Like don't hide behind these conspiracies. That's another thing too. A lot of these claims come with conspiracies. Can't the claim just be the claim and then you show that it works? Does it have to hide behind the government spooky talk and the oh my god, they're gonna come get me if I show this? Then why are you on YouTube? You're worried about somebody seeing your work. I don't It's always wrapped in these conspiratorial pieces of bread. Like it has to have some conspiracy behind it in order for the story to be believable. But at the end of the day, don't take my word for it. Just show what you got.
Yeah, Pierre Producer is saying that shows the proof. But the way Gerald is talking about it, it's as if the guy copied Gerald, saying that he applied his system and did the wrong thing. So I hope maybe Gerald will come on and explain. But let me continue and see what he's talking about next. We had reached to this point initially, so
understanding the way to capture the energy. Anytime you come out of a system, this is your battery, this is your capacitor. Now, What are we doing here? We need to convert energy. When it comes in, it may be high frequency, maybe high amps. How do you deal with both? Use your capacitor banks to do it. In this one, my frequency's high. In this one, my amperage is high. If you try to connect these two together, you'll get nothing but sparks and explosions. Therefore, you must use a chemical process to do it. Your capacitor bank is your chemical process to do this. It's basically throwing it all in one pot, unloading everything, swirling it around, and making something that's useful out of it. This is the process. You put your high frequency in one, you put your high amperage in the other. Both, in the banks, there'll be several capacitors in here, are going to go to your battery. You're changing the symmetry of your voltage and everything. You're changing how this functions. You cannot have high frequency and a high voltage in a DC system. The two don't work because, again, we're on that scale. It has to balance each other. Therefore, you must put them together in a capacitor bank and change the symmetry, which basically means you're putting them in a mixing pot and changing it. Then you put it into your battery. Your battery is your leveler. This battery doesn't even have to really work. It can work at a very, very small voltage and amperage because it's a leveler. You're not using it for the battery, you're using it for the chemicals. You're using your capacitors for your chemicals because of what the properties do, not necessarily the voltage they produce. This is your level. This right here is your conversion.
So, Network Metatron is saying that he has a lot of on his channel.
And also, too, I'm starting to realize that a lot of these claims come with, "Hey, go to my channel and see what I'm doing." This is just to get channel recognition. Like, this is like, honestly, I have to sift through all your videos to see that you proved it. I'm not making the claim. You made the claim. I'm just asking you, well, prove it. Go to my channel. Go to your channel. I gotta go visit your channel and go through your stuff. Like, wait, what are we talking about? This isn't about YouTube clicks.
You,
Why does that
I
always have to be part of it?
I mean, Network Metatron is just saying that if I look at his channel, I will see more experiments. And this guy is called Momo Cow Plus. I think this is the first time that the guy Mumu Cow Plus saying that Gerald, you would love to see a proper explanation from Gerald when he comes on. So I hope, Gerald, you come on, man. I'd like to hear your explanation on this. You say that you are a few minutes from settling down, but with Gerald, I usually know he's gonna come. Gerald is usually lies me. He says he's busy. Gerald would love to see a proper explanation of this circuit, given your original intentions. Momo, you can hit the like button and subscribe as well. I think this is your first time here.
Is
But
that
yeah,
who's in the video?
you're saying?
Is that who's in the video?
No. The guy who's
Okay.
in the video. No, that's different. That one is called Old Guy Bills. Momo is just a different guy, I think.
Okay.
Yeah. But let me continue playing it.
Yep.
Network Metatron was just saying that if I go to his channel, I'll see more of what he does. And this one is just teaching, but he's just teaching on the board, but it means that he has built some other. I mean, I think he has built more that can be shown as proof. So maybe I'll try to check it out as well.
Yep.
Now, you take your high frequency, you take your high amperage, you put it into each one, it mixes it up, puts it in the melting pot, and then changes it over here. We get our battery to level it back out, and then we run it back to our system. There's a lot of people out there that think that if you put things into the battery, you're cheating your system. No, not necessarily. What you're actually doing here is you're chemically changing it. You're going from volts and amps to a chemical process and then back out to volts and amps. This makes everything easier in your system to understand. It's like changing languages. This is speaking two different languages. You now put it in a conversion to make one language. Now it goes out here and cleans up your language and makes sure it's all right. That's it. That's your system on how to do it. Volts and amps can be combined, but they have to do it in your capacitor banks. Your capacitor banks is your mixing pot that have to go to your battery, which is your leveling system that runs back to your system. That's how you loop something.
Sorry.
There's no getting around it. You're not going to play tricks with it. That's how you're going to do it. There's other ways to make your system see voltage in points where it's not necessarily there, but it is. And that sounds weird, but it's called mirroring, where we mirror the frequency in a system to another frequency in the system. They see each other, but since the voltage only flows on one side, it has to go back to where it came from. But this one still picked it up, basically dealing with magnetic value. However, that's a whole different subject here. This right here is how you convert. Now, I will warn you in any system. If you tell me that your meter tells me that it's over unity, yet you have not converted your system and looped it, I can tell you this. There is a major difference between what your meter says and what your system says. Your meter is a snapshot of reality.
So ID Gerald is not going to come on. You can see the comments, right? Looks like ID went away.
Yeah. I'm here. I'm in and out, but I'm here.
I was saying that it's going on a pizza break. But for him, I knew 100% there's no way he will come on. No, I think he's usually afraid of you. I don't know. But you say that you are not going to argue with him. But he's saying that he'll send me an email. It's okay, man. It's okay, man. I thought you were going to come on and try to explain it so that we can be able to understand. But you're saying that you're going away, so it's okay. Network Metatron, maybe can you care to explain more? Because you say that you've experimented on the same and still you're going on. Mumukau, thanks a lot. You can as well hit the sub button. At Mumukau, if you feel like you know what is going on, feel free to join and say something. Gerald was usually afraid to come on this side. He says that my software is bad, but when it's good, he never wants to come on.
Reality in your system. Your system is a flowing, living being, not living like you and I, but just living as in voltage and stuff moving in a system where your meter is a snapshot. You cannot see amperage until it flows. You can take a snapshot of it, but the true amperage in your system will never be seen until it flows. That's why they build the meters the way they do. The meter will lie to you. Light bulbs will lie to you. You have to understand. You could be in a whole different spectrum of energy and light up 40-watt light bulbs all day long. The problem with that is you're exciting gas, not running it through a conventional system. Your voltmeters are a snapshot of what's going on. They are not what's running through your system continuously. A lot of people fail. They think they have it and they see a snapshot. They go to loop it and they can't. If you want to prove that your system has unity, You have to loop it. Sorry, I know a lot of people disagree with that, but that's the way it has to be done. Do you have to have great batteries in your system? No. They just have to be chemically working. That's it. Capacitors, what's the rating, what's the non-rating on them? Whatever captures the amount without exploding is what you need. So if you're pulling the amperage side, get a high amperage. If you're getting a high voltage side, get a high voltage. As you mix them, make sure that it's converted well. Take your snapshot and look at it then.
With this AI tool, you can create a complete storybook
What does
from
that
just
mean? I don't know what that means.
one keyword.
I
Not
think
just
Before you go into your battery, the last thing you want to do is take your battery and throw it way over whack, get it filled up, and it starts pushing.
does it mean like current is never like uniform?
I don't know. I'm trying to think what he said that confused me. Um, yeah, I can't
Because it's
remember now, but it's. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
you're saying that it's more like a snapshot.
Yeah, that part. That part. When he was talking about snapshots, take a snapshot of what your system looks like. What is it? He's charging with voltage or current. Like, what is he doing?
I think for him it's charging with voltage. Yeah? The main thing that is flowing is voltage. The constant thing is voltage. But now when it comes to current, I think it's talking about it not being more like a snapshot. A snapshot, it means like when you take it at point A, it might be different with point B. There's a way initially he was explaining that the current will vary depending on the heat in the system, meaning it's not that constant. Like when the heat goes high, he was saying that when the heat goes high, the current will go high. When the heat comes down, again, current does the same. So I think when he talks about it being more like a snapshot, it means if you measure it at one point or another at another point, it won't be the same. Like current will be different, but I'm not sure. Let me play.
Out all over the place and destroys it. No. You want to put it in as your battery can take it. Make sure you put the correct amount of batteries in there to take it the way you need to do it.
If you think you know what he's talking about, please feel free to explain in the chat. Yeah?
Sometimes you
So
may need to
I'm
put each
wondering how
side into an
he's
individual.
explaining. Is he saying that the voltage determines the current?
Not really. I
Yeah,
think it
because
was.
it's CdVdT, but that's I mean, because you can charge at different voltages, and I'm still lost on the heat thing. I'm still lost on the heat thing. I don't think capacitors fail because of the heat. It usually fail because of the high voltage spikes. That's why they have a voltage rating on them to let you know. You ever notice it doesn't have a current rating? It has a voltage rating because that's what breaks it. That's what. So capacitors typically are used to suppress spikes or high voltage spikes or change in your signal. Usually you use capacitors, especially shunt capacitors. You use them, and I told your buddy this. I'm not going to say his name, but I told your buddy this. When you use a capacitor, it actually suppresses any spike or any change in the voltage level. So it smooths it out depending on the size of the capacitor. So even if you want to use it as a charge storage for charge, it's still going to suppress any frequency to a certain degree, like low frequencies in the radio frequency and all. It's going to suppress it if the capacitance is large enough. So all that frequency switching and all of that, the capacitor is only going to just like suppress it. So, but that voltage swing that's why the capacitors have a voltage rating on it. It has a capacitance and a voltage rating, 250 volts, 500 volts, whatever, 20 volts. It has a voltage rating. So I'm confused on, like, now you're talking about it's carrying heat. Capacitors heat up like that, really? The only time you heat up a capacitor is when that charge, either you charge or discharge really fast. Really fast. Like if you touch if a capacitor is charged up and you accidentally touch those two contacts and short out that energy, short out that stored charge, it'll arc. It'll like it'll burn the leads essentially. But again, that's not it's not stored in as heat. He has to show me that heat capacitors can actually store heat. What are we talking about?
Can capacitor store heat? Let me continue playing it as I look for
Let's look that up in the background.
Battery, and then link the batteries over to each other so that it works properly. Each thing is put in there in an individual way for that reason. So I hope this helps people out. There's a lot to learn here and a lot to break down. I know I'm kind of going fast through it, but I think you'll get the understanding. Systems are not as easy as you think they are, but they're twice as easy once you understand the basics. So if you can understand that whole formula,
you can pause it real quick.
Voltage,
you can pause it real quick.
Things become easy in your system.
Do me a favor, look in your chat GPT and ask that question, can capacitors store heat? Because in my AI overview from Google, it says no.
Yeah, it says capacitors primarily store energy in the form of electric field, not heat.
Yes. Not heat. So this is a fundamental flaw in his statement that he's storing heat in a capacitor. That's why I was asking, have you ever felt a hot capacitor? Just because you're storing energy in it? That's not how that works.
Then this one continues to say, however, real-world capacitors are not perfect and do experience some energy loss, which can manifest as heat.
That's resistance in the metal, resistance in the contact. Anytime there's resistance, there's heat. There's going to be heat generated. So, yes, the materials, the contacts, but to store heat into the device is different than dissipating heat because there's a slight loss in the metal. So, when he says storing it, he's not talking about contact resistance. He's talking about taking the heat and putting it inside the capacitor. That's not the same thing. So that's a fundamental flaw in that statement.
Then Network Metatron is saying that he's not sure if he is charging the caps. He said it was to break the symmetry or something like that. It was a place, I remember he said it was a place where he was dumping the heat once you remove the heat from the system. Because when he began, he was talking about heat, how it might be able to affect the voltage flow. And for you to have a high impedance, low, is it low? I think low. He's talked about being able to dump it in the capacitors. But
well, I don't know how he's dumping heat. I have no idea how he's doing that.
Saying that neon lights store heat. With the neon lights, he said that with the neon lights, he was using them to. How was he explaining?
To remove the heat. I thought he was saying it to remove the heat. So how are we now putting it in the capacitors?
Like the way he was explaining, maybe we can go back and play it. He said that you have voltage and you have heat and voltage. It's as if they flow like at the same time, and they affect each other. Heat and current, or let's say amps. Heat and current, they are together. So the way he said that you can be able to now remove heat from the system, it was to introduce a neon light somewhere on the. Let me look for it. It was, I think, here.
Never hits here. I've crossed it over. I have a draw, so I'm pulling.
Hey, Hey, Chris.
To my
So,
negative.
Yeah.
so when we're talking about heat storage, so there's something called heat capacity. There's certain materials that actually hold heat really well. One of them is wood, which is why you can burn it for a long time, and even though it may not be on fire, you can still feel the heat radiating off of it because it like certain materials actually hold heat really well. Charcoal, that's another material that can hold heat really well. And the heat will like it actually, it'll eventually run out, obviously. But there are certain materials that hold heat. I have never heard of a capacitor being one of those devices that you use to store heat. And I know neon lights, to my understanding, they can get warm, maybe warm, not like hot to the touch. I don't think it's like incandescent. It's not. I don't think it's that way because it's a field that's actually exciting the gas. But again, that's not storing heat. It's not the same thing. When you say it stores heat, that means it's made to take in as much heat and hold it. It's holding it. That's not what's going on here. So I just wanted to add that. That's all.
I see. I see. Scamcha is saying dumping heat with the neon light. I think you had seen that comment.
But now it cuts over and allows the heat to go into here, and it comes out as light. It's still using energy, but my heat never goes into here. These stay cold. But I've tricked it by giving it a draw. When I say a draw, and I say pulling through the system, anything that's voltage needs some kind of an amperage or a heat to pull it through the system. So it's a draw. It draws it in. It's pulling it in. It wants it to come in there. I'm simply cheating it by understanding what the resistor did in the system, but I don't want the way that the PNP is set up. I want the way the NPN is set up. That's how you trick the system. You create this. This little light creates it because now I go in here and I come out here. This right here is simply my base.
So, it seems like you explained that the heat is used to light the diode, the neon light.
What does that
So
mean?
now, so now, what really comes out if you're using the heat? Because it is talking about the same thing. I mean, he's talking about the same thing where it says that the heat is used to light this neon light, then it gets here and now he dumps it, which later on we'll see that he dumps it in there.
So you
In
said
the,
the heat lights the neon light?
that's what he said. Which I don't know how. Let me
I thought he
go back.
said the neon light stores the heat.
You see,
Creates it because now I go in here and I come out here. This right here is simply my in there. I'm simply, and I say pulling through the system, anything that's voltage needs, these stay cold. But I've tricked it by giving it a draw. When I say a draw, and I say to my negative, but now it cuts over and allows the heat to go into here, and it comes out as light. It's still using energy, but my heat never goes into here.
what does that mean? He's saying that the heat goes there and it is used as light.
I don't know how it converts to light. That doesn't make sense to me. Heat just turns into light? How does that work? I've never heard that one.
Like for you to light a bulb, you must need current and voltage together.
Yes, that's like current going through a material and it heats up to the point of I mean actually an incandescent light is actually burning itself. That's what it does. So yeah, so that generates heat by way of a high current. So I don't know how the heat comes out as light.
Momuka is saying that it looks like a spark gap between the collector and the emitter with
A
the neon
spark
if
gap
passing.
if it's pulsing. Wait, we're talking pulsing now. I don't know when even that was introduced.
Uh, even network Metatron had said a while ago that is pulsing.
Okay, so another thing too. This is definitely not obvious to some. When you say pulsing, that is not AC. AC is cyclical. It goes high and low, high and low. It goes +5, -5, or +2, -2. It's cyclical. That's AC. And the current, all that's why they call it AC, it alternates. It goes forward because in the positive, and then it goes reverse because of the negative. When you pulse, if you're unless you're talking about an offset pulse where it goes high and low, and it's crossing the plus and the zero. If you're just talking about a pulse that turns on then off, you're going high and off. That's not high and low. So it's not the same thing. It's not alternating current because in a pulse, the current's only going one way unless you time it right with a back EMF. But you would have to be switching as fast as that back EMF is happening. Now, if you can do that, you're going to burn the damn thing up in the first place because there's no way you're going to switch as fast as that pulse, as fast as that back EMF. I mean, the coil size is going to play a role in that too. But never is there, it should be considered that on and off is the same thing as AC. It's not. So it's not alternating current. It's turning it on and then off. It's going in one direction and then stop. One direction, stop. That's not alternating current. So a lot of times they mix these words up. And your buddy said I was actually trying to confuse people. No, that's the definition of alternating current. The current goes two directions. That's why they call it alternating current, not direct current. So pulse does not mean AC. That's my whole point.
So it is difficult to understand the system. I think the guy Gerald is the one who can be able to explain this better. But I think network Metatron was here. I was able to get rid of the heat in the MOSFET by lowering the duty cycle and use low frequency to light up a 120 volts bulb. Now, the network Metatron is in the chat. Maybe he can't be able to explain better because he's talking about also getting rid of the heat.
Which chat are we talking about? I don't see. Is it in?
No. This comment. No. This is a comment on the video. Let me zoom in. Can you be able to see
Oh,
this?
okay. I wasn't looking at the video. I was looking in our own chat. Sorry.
No, it's a comment on the video. The video of the guy. Is it
Yeah, I see
visible?
it.
Is it
Yeah, I
visible?
see it. Yeah.
I messed it up again. It's trying to zoom in, but it is from Network Metatron. It's the guy who shared this video, and he's in the chat. He's saying that you commented on the video that he was able to get rid of the heat in the MOSFET by lowering the duty cycle and using low frequency to light up a 120 volt bulb. Now the pulse generator is warming up quite a bit.
Well, you're not getting rid of the heat. You're just lowering the heat. You're not getting rid of it. That means that, like, if you lower the duty, yeah, you lower the duty cycle. So what that means when you lower a duty cycle is, let's say you have a continuous 1 second. Let's say you power something on with for like 1 second, right? You turn it on for 1 second, and let's say that's the whole pulse. If you turn it on for half a second and turn it off for half a second, that's duty cycle. Your duty cycle is 50%. So it's just the ratio of how long it's on versus off. So if he's saying lowering the duty cycle, he's actually turning it on less and less, if that makes sense. Like you're letting it get a chance to recover from the heat generated. So yes, if you lower the duty cycle, you're essentially making it more off for a longer period of time during your whole period. So that makes sense, yes, but you're not getting rid of the heat. You're actually just lowering the time that it was on.
Then the guy said that your pulse generator should be separate, and he says that he uses a trigger circuit to keep the power on the high side and signal generator on the lower side. And Network Metatron said he tried that and it fixed the problem. He even went on to say, "Thank you, Nathan. Appreciate your work." And Network Metatron is in the chat, so I don't know. Can he be
Well,
able to
I think
explain?
the problem was that the pulse generator was getting hot.
Oh, that's why. Oh, that's why it should be separate, because the guy told him to keep it separate.
Yeah. So he has a
Network.
pulse generator. Okay, wait, hold on. The pulse generator, the circuit,
Let me remove the
keep
call.
power.
On the high
So
side.
keep the power on the high side and the signal generator on the
And
low side. Okay. Okay. The problem was the pulse generator getting hot, so he solved this problem. Cool. But I don't want that to be read as getting rid of heat. The heat is there because that MOSFET has resistance in that channel. I mean, that's just inherent to the device. You're not going to lower that. The max you're going to get is when you put that device in saturation. That's it. Like there's a certain point where you bias that MOSFET, and it's not going to be any less lossy. Like it's going to be it's not linear at that point, but the slope of the IV curve is actually more flattened. But you're in saturation, so you can't get any more current to pass through it. And if you put more voltage, if you put a higher voltage on it, you're only increasing the current, which makes it hotter. So yeah, you can go ahead. I don't know if I overtalked that one, but
I don't know. It's okay. I even don't have anything to say at this point.
I don't think the guy in the video should be explaining what's going on, because who asked him to do that, I don't know. Maybe Gerald should do it himself.
So Gerald is saying that he copied his work, but Network Metatron said that this guy works on this, like has been working on this for a long time.
But wait, the guy in the video?
Yeah.
But he's saying putting heat in a capacitor. How do you? Is that possible? Do you store heat in a capacitor? Like when you say that, you can't just say that and assume that that's because that's what I want to do. I want to dump heat into the capacitor. But it's not even built for that. The materials inside is not made to store heat. It's made to withstand high voltage spikes and store charge. That's the device's main function. Now, storing heat, you would not use those materials if you want to store heat. So he can't even explain what's actually happening. Again, I'm using academia stuff. I'm sorry, Chris. I that's all I got. I only got what I've been taught. The sciences that we know what they are of today. That's all I have.
Someone will say that you have to experiment it to see it. So that's why I like to hear any form of communication from network Metatron. But he seems like he went silent, so I don't know. Usually,
Wait, so
he say,
you don't have to experiment to know the truth. The reason why the science is the way it's set up and it's so beautiful, that's why we do the science. So we don't have to go revisit this stuff. We know what Kirchhoff's current law is. We know what Kirchhoff's voltage law is. We know what the Ohm's law is. We know, like, these things are fundamental things that you don't have to go and revisit. I don't have to go back in the lab and do that. That
hello,
makes no sense. So
ID.
yeah, yeah, I hear you. I hear you. Go ahead.
You have someone here, I don't know, is it? Hello, Energy. Energy. To Energy. Pierre Oduse saying that you ask Chat GPT. Hey, Pierre Oduse, what was the answer? Tell me, man. And Cecile, I think, thinks that you are suppressing over Unity ID. People are still trying to
I'm not
suppress.
suppressing over Unity. I'm saying it doesn't exist. That's not suppressing it. I have no evidence. You have no evidence. No one has any evidence that it exists. So I'm not suppressing it. You can show it. I would love for you to attempt that. So we both will know that it doesn't exist. But
As
if you want to call me suppressing it, fine. I mean, I don't know what else to say to that.
we had somebody who joined, I think his name was Energy. I don't know. It seems like he was also using AI voice change or what, but he went away. So Cecile said that something like it is expensive sometimes to try out some of the experiments. Like they are possible, but now experimenting on them can be quite expensive. But I think this one can be done. So I don't know, Cecile, have you tried it, or if you're seeing it for the first time as well? Will you try it? I don't. I wish the guy who tried it. This guy, Network Metatron.
Hey,
I'd be able.
Chris.
Yeah,
Hey, Chris. If you had a multi-billion-dollar business, right?
yeah. Yeah.
And you had the capability to try these things that would change the world, would you not do it? Money's not an issue to some of these corporations. You think they're not going to do it when they could literally be rolling in the money? They came up with this. Like, this is ridiculous to say that. Like, yeah, that's because you don't have that kind of money. Okay, but that doesn't mean some company out there is not going to try it knowing that they're going to change the world. Everybody's looking for that one thing. Companies, people, tinkerers, engineers, scientists, everybody's looking for that. Everybody's looking for that nugget of, wow, I'm doing something no one has ever done. Everybody's looking for it. But some of us are living in la la land like it's just going to fall in their lap. No, that's not how it ever worked. Everybody screams about Nikola Tesla. You know, even though he didn't finish college, he still learned a lot. He still practiced the principles of understanding electricity, AC, DC. Like, you think he just fell out the sky and just came up with stuff? He was in the field for his whole life. It doesn't just fall out the sky. But we all are chasing that. You're chasing it. These multi-billion-dollar companies are chasing it to have that one product that no one else has. You think they're going to know this information and not use it? And they got the capability to build it in mass? Come on. This conspiracy has got to stop.
But uh, but this has been on, I think, from, is it the early 40s or what? So it has been a while for a long time. Cecile saying that if you're not the inventor of the device, especially if in this complicated field, you should not comment but learn. He is coming from a point which is not in academia. I think he's talking about Nathan.
Yeah, he is. He
Nathan.
is. He's talking. But so here's the thing. If I'm in academia, my work gets criticized. Because you're not in academia, you shouldn't be criticized. You shouldn't be scrutinized. This comes with the science. You do know this, right? Like, this is not personal. Everything you do in the sciences will be questioned for validity. That's just a known fact. I don't care if you're working out your mama's basement or if you're working for Tesla. Every idea that you claim you're getting some supernatural something phenomena happening will get scrutinized. Doesn't matter who you are. So get used to it. You don't get a pass because, oh, I'm not in academia. Well, you really going to get scrutinized because the odds are you have no idea what you're talking about. You haven't even learned what we already know. You just so quick to jump onto something that, look, this is new and exciting. No, it's new and exciting to you. Science has surpassed that already. Why are you stuck in this world? I don't know. Go read a book. Don't read. You shouldn't be writing books when you haven't read the books that exist. That's just a fact in science. That is a known fact. You don't talk about how the Earth is spinning and how the planets are orbiting around the sun when you haven't read anything about what we got up to this point. How do you change the world if you don't even know how it operates?
All right,
That is
so
a horrible approach to think. You're just going to come up with this idea just because you're tinkering in the basement.
I do. You're going to tell me it's now. Pierre Duce is saying that if you invent a PM device, you will only sell it once. Capitalism
Okay,
is
I
not
may have read
built
that
that
wrong. I
way.
apologize if I did, but I've heard a lot of these things going back and forth, and if you challenge it, they call it suppression. So, what do you call a peer review then? Can somebody please tell me if you are not of in academia or of actual science and you're doing your own thing? What is it called when someone looks at your stuff and critiques it? What is it called? Help me, please, because all I know it as it can't be a peer review because you guys aren't peers if they're of academia. It's a different space. So you can't be peers if you're not even operating in the same space. What is it called? Do you know, Chris? I don't know what that term is. So yeah, I once you comment, automatically it's a you're suppressing information. No, I'm just questioning its validity. Why would I tell me why I should listen to you? And I'm not saying listen to me either. Don't get me wrong. I'm not up here being arrogant and saying you got to listen to me. No, but read the book. Read the physics book. Read the science book. You want to learn about NPN and PNP devices? We got a ton of information on how those things operate. You don't have to guess. No, one doesn't remove heat and the other one doesn't. Like that's not how they work. But
So, um, Cecil is saying that, like, Cecil is saying that who killed the guy that invented. Oh. Cecil is saying that if they have the will, who wants to end up in a body bag? I mean, it's meaning like
so
if they
so
can.
Chris, if you find out that the guy came up with something amazing, you as a billionaire, would you hire him?
Yeah, you definitely hire him because you want to see in a way that you can make more.
Yes, exactly my point. That is my exact point. Killing him hurts you because you can easily take it from him. That you can take it from him and live right next door to him if you got enough money. Like killing him doesn't do anything but hurt you because you can't get any more out of him or her. You can't get any more information, any more great ideas. No, when somebody does something like that, where the invention is like, whoa, what did you? I want to invest in everything you think about because whatever you're doing works, and I will put money behind it because you got a talent that I want to get a piece of. Killing them is not going to do anything but hurt you. So that conspiracy should be thrown out the window. Assuming somebody's going to kill you because you have an invention, they could just hire you. You be paid for life. They'll be paid for life. Everybody eats. And they own everything you come up with. Okay. But you're alive. If you can come up with more, if you came up with this one, you probably got a lot more that you. How many people come up here and talk about how much Tesla's work? They suppressed it, and he had so much work that he didn't get published in it. You're looking for more work from him, right? So why kill him? Killing him doesn't change anything. Somebody else could pick up the same piece of paper he wrote on and continue his work. It doesn't do anything. So that conspiracy, I don't know why that keeps being used. Ridiculous excuse. And anybody wants to refute what I'm saying, I'm willing to listen. I'm not here to argue. I'm more just saying it makes no sense to use that as a reason of what you're saying. Killing them doesn't hurt anybody but you, not them. Well, yeah, it hurts them because they're gone, but so are any ideas that they've been sitting on. If you think that's the only idea they got, you think Tesla was a one-trick pony? He only had one idea? He had a ton of them. So it makes no sense. If the government wants to make money, you protect that guy. You don't kill him. Makes no sense. Wait, did he just say I have a very sweet tongue? I think I'm done with this conversation. Jesus, I ain't never heard that in my life.
Who said so? Oh, Cecil.
What does that mean, Chris? Help me out here. I don't know what that means, man. I'm lost.
Saying that Winston Myers invented his water vehicle and was poison UKs. I think maybe it means that you have a sweet way of talking people, like of convincing people otherwise, I think.
Again, if an idea is so great, somebody's going to try it.
You're saying that Winston Myers invented his water vehicle.
Again, I don't hide behind the conspiracies because it's just that is suppression. Like you're suppressing yourself. You're literally saying I would come out with it, but I don't want to die. Then you're suppressing yourself.
Then you see this one that Pierre Roduce is saying that the oil companies hurt the American car industry more than anything.
So politics is not conspiracy. Are there politics that play a hand? Of course. I'm not saying politics don't exist, but to say, oh, if you come out with this, they're going to kill you. They're going to kill you. Wait a minute. They would make more money if they don't. If I know, I'll use real world names here. If Maxwell is doing exactly what he's saying, if I'm Jeff Bezos and I own Amazon and I got all this money, I will put everything I got to protect that man because he's a moneymaker. I wouldn't kill him. I would pay every dollar I had to make sure he's alive regardless, because he's the idea man. If that's the way it works, if he came up with it, because if he came up with this, imagine what he can do with other things. I would throw all kinds of money to protect him. So it doesn't make sense that everybody's out to kill the guy. What? Maybe some lowlife that wants his fame or his name out there and people know who he is, and maybe some lowlife that wants to take that away. Yeah, okay, some nut job that wants to just do harm to him. I'm not talking about them. I'm talking about the fact that, okay, we're going to kill him, but you're also killing the idea. Okay? So that means you don't make money.
Cecil, I've tried to Google the name Winston Myers, but nothing comes out. Or my spelling's wrong, but I put in the spelling just the way you typed it. And Sculpture, by the Pierre Producer Cecil said that he's in Ghana. You say that you plan to move to Ghana. You say that he's in Ghana. So Cecil had saying that being paid to criticize people is nonsense. I think it feels like you're paid to criticize people. ID is not paid any money. I doubt if it's paid any money. And also, I'm not.
Wait. I was paid to come here. Is that what he's saying? Is
And
that what he's
also,
saying? I don't know. I don't know. Is that what he's saying?
that's what he's saying. But I'm saying that also I'm not paid because last week on Friday, some people came after me and they're saying that I'd been paid. I don't know what. Just a lot of things in my WhatsApp. Those who have my phone number, that is. Cecile saying that sweet tongue identity with health, but face reality. Are you happy with the world at 240% debt when your children have no future and you do not want to
What are you
change?
talking about? Why would I not be? You think I
Ah,
give a damn about some debt? Like, look, there's nothing I can do about that. Let me give you some grown man shit. Let me give you some grown man shit. I only care about the things I can change. I'll say it again. I only care about the things I can change. If I can't change it, I don't give a damn about it. There's nothing that I can do about its outcome. So I don't give it any thought. But the things I can change, like things in my life, the quality of my life, the quality of my family's life, the upbringing of my children, like these things I have a direct effect on. Those are the things I care about. The debt, the hell am I gonna do with that? What am I going to do with that? I can put myself in a better position to do everything I can for my family. What else do I care about? Why do I need to care about anything else? I'm not saying go out there and hurt somebody to make money. No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying I can't change some of the things that are going on in this world. So no, you can't make me upset about it. The debt, I didn't even know it was 240%. I don't even know if that's a real number, but if it is, doesn't change my tomorrow. It is what it is. I still got to go out here and make money and feed my family and live my life and as comfortable as I can make it. That's the job. That's what I do. So yes, I'm happy because I figured out a way to do it, and I did it using the same science you call suppression. So
Pierre
are you happy? Is the question.
Pierre Odus is saying that the West is funded by killing people to make money, which I think is true. The West actually has been taking
Wait, say
out
that
of
again. Say that again.
the West is funded by killing people to make money. I think it means you can be sometimes they can. I think in his, I mean, in what it means that they can be able to go and kill some people who are coming up with maybe some crazy inventions. But also, I know usually they kill mostly leaders. I know mostly leaders who seem like they want to change things away from the colonizers. But in regards to inventors, I don't know. And looks like Gerald is back, but he said that he went to teach Nathan. Did you ask Nathan what the thing was all about? Or maybe can you give us a better explanation? But Cecile is in a lot of things by the it looks like Cecile is
Cecile is caught up in a lot of conspiracy and caught up in a lot of I don't deal political either because a lot of times political it'll introduce things that I don't give a shit about, but they want to make me care about it so I can keep busy worrying about it, and it doesn't really affect my life. I'm in the US. I don't give a shit about what they're talking about with how their like policies change. I mean, the only thing I can do is react to it. That's it. That's
he's
all I
asking
can
how
do.
he's asking how much are you paid? How
How much am I
much
paid for what?
to come here and ridicule people? But today you have not ridiculed anyone.
I'm losing time, so I'm not paid. I'm actually losing money because the time I spend here, I could be spending making money, but I choose to be here because I like actually giving or counteracting some of the falsehoods that people put out on the internet. I actually enjoy it. I actually enjoy it. But it surprises me that the people that are listening to some of this, I said it to you before, Chris, some people will just want to be lied to. And it's sad. I did not know that would be the case. But some people actually don't want to know the truth. They don't want to know anything outside what someone else said on the internet. Somebody came up here one time talking about the guy who wrote the paper, Teach One guy,
Each
Teach
each
One.
each
Yeah,
each each one take. Usually on
Yes.
the it usually comes on the other channel. Yeah.
And in 1 minute, he said, and no disrespect to the brother, because I know he's probably going to come at me for saying this, but when he said out his mouth, I just saw on TikTok someone getting energy out of a tree. And he was talking like it was the greatest thing ever. And I'm like, okay, wait a minute. Your source is TikTok? TikTok? Like, that's not where you go for those type things for validity. That's not where you go. So if you really want to know, you don't have to go do the experiment yourself. No, but we have an education, all that the whole entire planet is using. Some actually have
You see,
access to more information than others, yes. But at the
you see,
same time, science is science, bro. It doesn't matter what border you're from.
you see, I think he did not explain more because for the tree thing, there's one which I saw, although I also saw a video, but it was the guy who was experimenting and asking people if they can be able to do more. He did put like it was more like cables and magnets. You saw when you have a coil and a magnet, the way you just generate electricity the normal way. Yeah, I think you know that one.
Yeah.
So so he puts cables on different branches, and when the wind pushes like the branches, now it makes the magnet to move through the coil like just the normal way you generate electricity. I think I can find that video. That one is the one which I saw, and that one actually did not have any problem with it. The only issue was it was more costly to do such a thing because what you generate from it seems to be low. Like the energy you get from it, like the watts they were getting from the same, it wasn't a
Hey,
lot,
hey,
but
hey, hey,
that was
hey,
going to
Chris,
try to prove
if you get
efficiency.
10,000 volts from the sky, is that useful energy?
If you get
10,000 volts from the sky to the ground. Because you know
10,000,
there's a gradient of like the atmosphere is almost it's like a capacitor. It's not a capacitor, but it's like a capacitor. Where you have the higher altitude you go, the um the static bias gets higher. So at a certain height, you can get 100 volts relative to zero on the ground. So the question is, let's say you go so high, you get 1,000 or 10,000 volts. Is it useful?
I know if 10,000 volts only, if you're not getting in return current or anything. I found the video.
Correct, Chris. You're right. It's useless if the current is zero because the power would be zero. Doesn't matter how many volts you have, unless you're talking potential energy. Now, if you're talking potential energy, that means that there's energy waiting to be released. Just because you get a voltage from a tree doesn't mean it's useful. Try driving something with it and see how it dissipates because it's not a source. It's just a difference in potential. That's not energy. And people get tricked with this. Oh, you can get 10 volts from a tree? I can get 3 volts from a potato. Does that mean I'm going to be driving a small fan or like a like wait a minute. Like you can do chemical reactions to get some energy, but is it useful?
You see, uh, you see the setup on the screen,
Yes,
but
I
I'm going
see.
to play. But I think Gerald tried to explain it better. Say that the tree vid sounds like changing magnetic field interaction. It's actually just changing magnetic field. So the way we say that you like you've seen about magnetic batteries, gravity batteries, yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah, so it's just the same concept as gravity batteries and all that. What the guy is doing is using the branches. But let me just play it and you see. Like
sure.
you have this coil. You can see the coil. Then
Yeah.
you have a magnet. So when the wind blows the branches, he uses this like he uses this, you'll be able to see the magnet moving up and down, so that way you, like just the normal way as converting, you're converting wind energy to I think that is electric, yeah. But let me play it. I hope they won't come for me later, because these ones are not their big people.
After you've seen this video, not anymore. Because in this video I'm going to show you how I make a tree generate electricity. And you might be wondering, how on earth can a tree generate usable electricity? Or could it really be a feasible and practical method of generating energy? Because I know it sounds far-fetched, energy generating trees. But think about it. Trees are constantly the same principle applied in wind turbines. Before we get to that, it's important to know in what ways trees move. Because we can basically divide the movement of a tree into 4 different groups. We have the trembling of the leaves and the twisting of the trunk, for example. But both of those movements are pretty much useless for what we're trying to achieve. Luckily, there are still 2 other movements that are more suitable for the job. And one of them is probably the most visible movement of the 2, which is the bending of the trunk. When the wind pushes against the tree, the trunk bends. This happens especially with tall, slender and flexible trees. And then there's another more subtle movement, the swaying and bending of the branches in the wind. Both forms of movement are types of kinetic energy, so we should be able to harness that energy, at least if we can figure out a way to get a grip on those movements. Because how do you convert the movement of a branch or trunk into usable electricity? Well, the first and simplest way I could think of would be to just tie a rope to the tip of a branch and use the movement of the rope just above the ground to drive some sort of generator. But not only would it look rather messy, surely there's a better way to do it. Now, if we want to give this any chance of success in the real world, I think we need to come up with a system that can be centralized and as much as possible kept out of sight. So one thing we can do is run the rope along the branch to the center so that we can at least bring everything together around the trunk. But still, how do we then convert the movement of the end of the rope into usable electricity? That's where the concept of a linear generator comes in. A linear generator works by converting motion into electricity using magnets and coils, just like the more commonly used radial generators. The core of this linear generator consists of 10 pairs of neodymium magnets and are placed in an alternating north-south polarity. One pair of magnets is 10 mm wide and I put a 12 mm spacer between each pair. The coils surrounding the magnets are also 10 mm wide and have a 12 mm gap between them. Now, to get the highest efficiency, it's important that the coils are wound as tightly as possible. And since I had to wind 10 coils with around 400 turns each, I decided to make it a little bit easier for myself and made a small automatic winding setup, which automatically rotates and keeps track of the number of turns per coil for me. Because if I had to do that manually, I know exactly how it would go. What makes this system powerful is that all the coils work perfectly in sync, allowing the generated energy to be combined. Each coil has individual connections, giving us the flexibility to connect the coils in different ways. For example, parallel for more current and lower voltage, in series for higher voltage and lower current, or in pairs for a balance between it. For now, I connected all the coils in series. By attaching the core of the generator to the end of the rope and the outer housing with the coils to the tree, the magnets will be pulled up through the coils as the branch moves in the wind. And due to gravity, they drop back down as the branch returns to its original position. This creates an alternating magnetic field inside the coils, which, according to the laws of electromagnetic induction, generates an electric current. And the faster that movement, the more electricity is generated. Now that you have a clear picture of the concept, we can look at how we can optimize this system. But before we do that, let's probably...
But I do already see the idea. Don't let me play it all, yeah?
Yeah, I see it.
Let me play it all, you see. This one I saw it, I think it was last year. And he was asking for more people to experiment on it. I think the issue with it is a little bit more costly.
Won't be considered.
But for now it's just building what can be able to hold the magnet on the tree. So let me try to move ahead.
Hey, I don't know what this dude has a fascination with my tongue, but this is getting weird, bro.
You mean
Can you
Cecil?
chill? Yeah. Yeah, I never talked to
Hey,
another
Uber
man
Fernan?
about his
Yeah, that's
tongue.
me.
That's kind of weird to me.
PCBWay.com offers.
And why do you
This
think I'm getting paid? You think like I'm no disrespect, but Chris
linear
isn't
motion for
paying
our
me for
generator.
this. Like
you see it.
I'm not getting paid for this. I'm here just because I like talking science, bro. I don't need money for this.
I see it here. Wait, Cecil and others will always say that you're being paid. Uh, you saw last time I was doing the stream of why
I
are they
am being
attacking.
paid, but it's not by Chris. It's from the sciences, bro.
You saw,
You know.
you saw last time when I was doing a live stream on why are they attacking me, because also I was being told that I'm being paid to pull down Lloyd, which
All because you have a difference of well, actually, you don't even really show a difference of opinion. Like you don't really chime in. You kind of like watch how it happens. So it's me that actually I probably say the most about people like Lloyd. Yeah, I'll agree to that. But no, we don't have an agreement that I get paid to come on here. I happen to like about the channel and talk science. I love that. I can do it all day. And I don't need ChatGPT to do it. I just know this stuff. So it's fun for me to come up here and talk about it. It's even better to actually hear what people say and give their information, put it back in their lap and watch how they crumble. I love
I
doing
did,
that because it starts making people think. I'm going to take credit for actually making people like Lloyd think about what he says. He comes back and he changes his story. That
I
means
did,
whatever I said changed his approach. And
I
if
did.
Gerald is coming up, Gerald, we can have a conversation, but if he comes up, we talk about some things. I expect him to pick some things up.
I did.
That's how it works.
Let me play it all first. Let me play it all. Cecil is having a bad day on his side with you, so but let me play
Tree
it all.
just
Yeah,
lives his
yeah.
life while we quietly convert its movements into electricity. But so far, it's still just a proof of concept. And the most important thing we want to know is how feasible can a system like this actually be? And to find the answer to that question, that's where you come in. Because what I've noticed since I started this channel is that
I think I skipped a lot.
which can test this and from a solution to our global energy
I think I skipped a lot.
clockwise. Now to speed things up, we can attach a large gear to the pulley. This large gear then drives a smaller gear, which, if we add a few extra parts, then converts the rotating motion into a linear motion for our generator. Due to the 4:1 gear ratio, the small gear rotates 4 times for every time the large gear rotates once. As a result, the generator makes 4 times more strokes with the same movement of the branch. But this gear ratio also has a big downside, because although the number of strokes of our generator is quadrupled, it now takes 4 times as much force to get it moving. And the downward
Yes,
stroke isn't
that's
much of a
true.
problem, because the weight of the magnets combined with gravity take care of that. It's the upward stroke that requires the most force because it involves lifting the entire weight of the generator core. To prevent this, we could of course use something like a spring to ensure that both the up and downward stroke require about the same amount of force. But I might have something better, because I still have a few of the same ring magnets left that I also used for the core. And if we place those with the same poles facing each other under the generator core so they repel each other, the beauty of a system like this is that it happens in a natural and almost invisible way. The tree just lives its life while we quietly convert its movements into electricity. But so far, it's still just a proof of concept. And the most important thing we want to know is how feasible can a system like this actually be? And to find the answer to that question, that's where you come in. Because what I've noticed since I started really works and how efficient it really is, or can be a shame if after 6, 8. Because with those new ideas, the result would or could be much better. And even though this idea is still far from a solution to our global energy problems, it hopefully shows that how a little out of the box your input could make all the difference. Can we create something groundbreaking together? Or do you think this is all just a waste of time?
I don't know if we ever continued with this because this was 8 months ago.
Have you?
But you see, his concept. I think his concept is possible. Yeah, he
Yeah, I
did.
mean, he did like. I don't think putting a magnet at the bottom is going to change anything. To be honest, that's the one thing I say. You're still going to have what you did was you changed where the hardest work is being done. Like pulling it up is the hardest work. So
Let me
by
see.
putting a magnet there, it'll keep it from going low, but you still got to pull it up. So you didn't really change what gravity is doing. You still got to
I
pull it
think.
up. So the magnet's not the bottom magnet's not doing anything.
I think it did not want like for it to go all the way to down until like it touches the surface. So with a magnet, because of the polarity, it's like it causes it because of the polarity. It will push. It won't push it with a lot of force, but it will keep. It will in a way it will reduce the energy we need to pull it up by maybe ten
But it
percent or
also reduces the swing or like how far it would have dropped. So that energy from that displacement, you actually removed how low it drops. So it I think it's a wash, to be honest. I think it'll be a wash. But that neither here nor there. I think it'll work if you have enough wind.
yeah.
Um
You need to have a lot of wind. Even Scamchan is saying that if you don't have breeze, then nothing. You don't get anything from it.
yeah, I mean, do
Yeah,
trees
Rhodesia.
sway that much? You would have to get a really, really, really tall tree and then probably use branches that are pretty far apart because they swing the most when it's like away from the trunk.
I want to see this continuation. This one I'd never seen it. I think he came and did the continuation on the same.
Going straight into the trash. And yet, I'm throwing it away with a smile. But only because thanks to your input, I could start on working version 2 that brings together the best of everyone's ideas. And for those of you who have no clue what I'm talking about, let me give you a quick recap. In part 1, which you might want to check out before watching this, I introduced the concept of generating energy using the movement of trees in the wind and showcased a first prototype as a proof of concept. And it worked. But like any first prototype, it had its fair share of flaws. That's where I asked for your help, and you delivered. Big time. Over 3,000 comments, full of tips, ideas, and even just like I do with all, and what the improved version will look like. But before we dive in, I need to clarify something, because among those 3,000 comments, there were of course some critical and negative ones. And I honestly don't mind constructive, not my intent of small one prototype, 3 on the list. Use a ratchet mechanism, and that is both simple and brilliant. A ratchet vibrations and make the system more stable and reliable.
Is it still going to the tree?
This video is just the beginning of version. And before I start investing the time and money, of course, I'd love to get your feedback.
This one I don't know. But if somebody's interested in watching his things, I'll share the link. I think it makes a bill, but his concept, the first one, ID, that one you believe it can work, yeah?
Yeah, I think it would. I think it would. I gotta hop off. I'm a little late over here, but I gotta hop off. Hopefully, Scam Chan is somebody. Maybe Cecil could come up. I want to hear what his thoughts are on this.
No problem. You go off and Cecil or Cecil. He said that he can't come on because he doesn't want to risk. He doesn't want to risk. I mean, he said that people might go after him, and he has a lot of people.
But he tells me that I'm being paid to come up here. That's more excuses. Cool.
Saying that when Maxwell started invention, people said it worked. When oil companies started dishing money to people to criticize him, Lloyd is in the same state right now. Do you know if they just throw? So he feels like Maxwell, people are paid to start talking trash about him. Cecil, who do you know was paid money, man? I would have liked to receive that money. Cecil saying that people are paid money. And Tech9 saying that they're just theories. It's okay, ID. We will
Yeah, I'll
meet
catch
again.
you on the next one. Yeah.
Yeah, no problem.
All right. See ya.
Saying that Cecil will suppress himself. Using more energy to break down water into hydrogen isn't the way, Cecil. No bridge, no power. Yeah, no bridge, no power. But I think it was a cool tech, anyways. I feel like that is something which can be able to work, but in a way, it is expensive to set it up. I think. Also, in terms of efficiency, I think it's very low. But Cecile, for Maxwell, I doubt if like who has talked bad about Maxwell. I don't think that there is any channel which has talked bad about Maxwell. The channels that I've seen on YouTube where people talk about him, like the latest video I saw somebody saying that the mistake which Maxwell made and things like that. I've not seen anybody who has come out to say Maxwell this, Maxwell that. But in a way, oh, you mean Zima? Zima, Simba, him and Maxwell, they have always had a thing going on, so you can't say he was the one. He was the one. He was the one. So ID went away, and yeah, but also I'm sure no one will be able to come on. Cecile is afraid. Says that he has to keep his identity hidden. But this guy has some pretty concepts on his channel. I'm pretty sure you guys can see. Like this one is saying that DIY solar generator, and he gets a lot of views, man. I built a drone like you've never seen before. It's a guy with experiments on a lot of things. Say I built an atmosphere powered battery, 3D printed, making my electric scooter fly with my drone motors. Let me see. Say that imagine having two cars that charge themselves and not one test that proves they work. Yeah, it's crazy. I think maybe like that guy saying it, like Cecile saying it, man. He's hiding, doesn't want people to know what he is doing. But yeah, with Maxwell, it seems there is a lot going on. And it's difficult to know what the guy is up to actually. But I saw on Instagram he was looking for people to invest in him. So yeah, Scamchan you can invest. But even Cecile is supporting Maxwell, but he says that he can't invest. So he can't invest in Maxwell. So Cecile, if you can't invest in him, how will he be able to now? Like if those who believe in Maxwell, they can't be able to invest in Maxwell, how will he be able to make to be able to come up with the money to make the products when people believe in him are afraid to invest in him? Cecile, Maxwell needs your money. I usually see a lot of people saying that I'm going to invest in Maxwell. I just say, okay, you go ahead. I see. Cecile loves a good scam. Sometimes it is what somebody believes in. Tech9, what time do you sleep, man? they're just theories, not confirmed. Give me the research paper. You're asking for Cecile to give you the research paper for the same. Take 9 hour time to do you sleep? Using more high energy, no breeze. The energy of breaking water into hydrogen is known as cavitation, or using small quantum bubbles, also known as quantum wells. The thunderstorm generator, more than 30% innovators have succeeded. No, he has not sold any car so far. No car sold by Maxwell so far. No car sold by Maxwell so far, but maybe he will in the near future. Maybe he will begin, man. He will begin maybe soon. But it's okay. I think I should go away and sleep now. It's like 4 a.m. I don't know what time does take night sleep. But this one has been okay. I think we can meet again on Friday. On Friday. And thanks a lot for everyone who was around tonight. Scamchan, let me go away, man. And have a good night on your side. Also, Pierodusa, I think you're still around. And also, who is the guy again? Network Metatron, I think you want to do work or something. No, Maxwell comes out with flying toasters in 2037. I think you will come up with a device that can be able to charge your phone like forever, or a special battery that if you put in your phone, it doesn't run out. I think that one is going to be next, and it might be next year or 2027. I think next year. He might have reduced, because he said is doing R&D, so he might have reduced the size of the device to be able to fit in a phone, a smartphone that is. I think you could do that next year. He said that he was doing R&D to improve the tech. So next year we'll come up with to make it smaller so that it can fit, like it can be able to use into more things. But let me go away. I'm feeling sleepy. Copy, where is copy, man? Let me see the last comment. Power 1000 ohms. So yeah, maybe power 1000 ohms. But last time he said they were not powering the ohms. He said that he's working on something by the way. I tried to inquire from him tomorrow. But let me go with Kamchan. Have a great one. And thanks a lot for everyone who was around today. Bye bye. End broadcasting.